We're going to bring to order the Liberty 25 Governing Board Study Session, February 3rd at 4:30 p.m. at the Jerry Roby Administration Building. Board members present is Chris Kenyon, Sarah Schmidt, Brian Cirincione, Kelly Zimmerman, and myself, Brian Parks. Vice President Kenyon, can you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice President Kenyon. We'll move on to 1.3, the trust policy transition. This is part 3. Amy Castellanos.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us once again. What we will be reviewing today is Chapter 4 of the trust policies. We sent these out about, I think it was Monday, we sent them out to you all for your review. So we're just going to go over them today. We are looking to kind of clarify anything that might need clarification. We're not looking to change the intent of the policies at all, but make sure they are in direct alignment with the ASBA policies that we currently have. So the purpose of this meeting is to make sure those are in alignment. This will stand as our first read. Okay, any questions before we move forward?
Down here.
All right, so I will read each one of the numbers for the trust policies, and then I will pause and wait for any type of questions or comments, and we'll just go through the policies in that nature.
Are you gonna, just for clarification purposes, are you gonna read, when you say like sorry, I already forgot what I'm doing here.
Right.
404-101, does that include like do you want all of the comments? Do you know what I mean? Or
It's probably easiest, like if let's go through them page by page. So I'll do 4101 and then I'll do 4101A, just to make sure that we can get through these. We are going to try and get through this in an hour today, but we'll see how far we can get. Okay. All right. So we'll start with 4101, Board Authority to Employ.
so I noticed, I looked at the crosswalk, and the first policy under like personnel in ASBA is just kind of like the goals and the priorities of the board and how we hire, like, you know, we're hiring the most qualified, like those kinds of things. And I thought that was really nice. Like, I thought it just, you know, kind of unified the district and we're all looking for the same thing. I liked that was in policy, and it's not. It was omitted. It says, you know, there's no trust policy. So I don't know. Well, yeah, just the whole idea, I guess. And, you know, so I guess that means, and I just want to clarify what you said, because you said to not change the intent. So does that mean that I need to bring up that I'd like to add a policy to the trust? Because I just kind of thought as we're moving over, we're kind of doing all of that discussion right now. So you tell me.
Yeah, excuse me. I would think you would need to suggest an addition to the policies.
Okay, even though it's an omission, like from what we currently have.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Sorry, this is my phone. We turned it off. It's we're looking at these policies right now, and we're in its first read. So suggested changes or recommended changes can be made, you know, but the board can't vote on it in this particular meeting. So we'll note, the administration will note the suggested change.
And then the other thing I'd like to note is that I think that we should have a process or criteria for non-renewals for administrators. I think we have it for almost every other category in here and how it works, and that's the only one we don't. And I just think, you know, there's always a process, right? We want people that come to us to feel comfortable that they're not just going to be non-renewed for no reason and no documentation. I think it's important, you know, if we think of ourselves like a business, that, you know, there's a process and a policy in place.
So if I could just comment on that, there's a difference between policy and process. There's administrative process. So I think I like your idea, and I make sure that we do have it, but I think we need to refer to administrative process that, you know, because the board does approve those processes. So, if you want to take a note of that, and maybe we readdress it down the road a little bit, we can bring that up as an agenda item and take a look at adding that as an administrative process.
Okay. And I understand, but like the teacher one and like I believe even the psychologist one, it's in policy. So it's just, I find it a little strange, I guess, that the administrative one isn't. We have the teacher one, we have the psychologist. And I'd have to go back, as we go through it and look for the support staff. I don't remember, until I look at my notes. So it's just, I'm just giving my thoughts,
Yeah.
at this
So
time.
that one isn't currently even in the ASBA version.
That is correct.
Right.
So I would, yes.
That would be a,
Brought that up.
Okay.
yeah,
And
so-
so I would agree with that statement. So, and I've asked for a policy for that already.
right.
So 4-101A,
In B, the letter B, it says, before employment, the school shall make documented good faith efforts to contact previous employers of applicants to obtain information relevant to the individual's fitness. Does this mean that potentially the district could hire without receiving a reference? Because it says, make documented good faith efforts. Oh,
do you
sorry.
want to, yeah, just,
We always, we always get multiple references. There may just be one reference that we just keep contacting. I can think of somebody we hired in the past month that how much we reached out to this one reference we couldn't get back. But then what we usually do is we ask the person applying, can you give us other references in addition? Because we always require 3. And so we call, we email, we try to contact, but no, we don't ever hire with no references.
Okay. And I assumed that we didn't, but I just want to make sure that it's clear in policy because I feel like the way that this is written, I feel like it could be left into interpretation. And I think that in terms of getting a reference, at least one, I don't feel like that should be left to interpretation, in my opinion.
And it's also in our frontline system, we have to document, and the principals, everyone that hires has to document in there. I contacted Kelly Zimmerman at this date. It's all documented actually in our frontline system where we do our hiring too. That's a requirement as well.
so policy will state that it shall make documented good faith efforts, and then the procedure is what you're talking about
Where it's
now.
re-
Is
where it's
that the
documented.
procedures, how it's documented?
In frontline, right? I mean, right now, I don't know if we want to say actual frontline. That's the system that we have right
yeah.
now, but whatever system.
Okay, and is that procedure a part of a written procedure somewhere?
I do like the shall. Shall is a forceful legal word, right? There's you shall do that. It's not may, that leaves it open that you may, but you shall. So correct me if I'm wrong, Clyde, that's pretty binding that you
Shall means you shall do it.
Yeah.
Right. But Kelly's point about good faith efforts
Okay.
leaves a little bit of a factual gap. But what does good faith efforts amount to? This is a pretty significant requirement, for hiring school employees. So
Right. And so in order to enforce it, we need it to be in policy. Like to be able to hold anyone who comes into any position, that this is the requirement. And I agree that shall is a good word, but it's the good faith efforts is where I feel.
Could you tell me what
So-
other wording might feel appropriate for this?
I think she's just suggesting to take good faith out, good faith efforts out. Shall
Shall make
contact previous
documented.
employers of applicants to obtain information.
Okay.
Oh,
Then I'm
sorry.
going to play a little devil's advocate. Sorry. What happens if you have a really good candidate and you can't reach any of their contacts?
We don't hire them if we can't reach any. No, we can't.
Yeah, that's
if
not
we
a
can't-
good practice.
Not if we, usually what has happened is we could reach 2, we require 3. The third, we have a hard time with, so we go back to the applicant and say, you need to give us more references because we don't accept 3. We don't accept 2, it has to be 3.
one of the issues I have is you could put down like all possible, it's all good faith in the end, because you're not having somebody stand over somebody, right? So this is one of those things we could change the language, but in the end, it's up to the administrator, i.e. Dr. Mohorn, or whoever's doing the hiring, to do all they can to get those contacts. I'm going through it in my head and I can't come up with any language that makes sense.
Well, like Clyde was saying, it could simply read before employment, the schools shall contact. You could remove those 6 words.
Right.
The
Yes.
schools shall contact previous employers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
yeah, I think that's best.
Okay.
Thank you, Cal, or Ms. Zimmerman, sorry.
Okay, so 4-102, staff assignments.
Okay. Okay. So this, I'm on positions. So at the beginning, it says the governing board may approve job descriptions for newly added positions and substantial revisions to existing job descriptions. The board may add or eliminate positions. I think that we need to take out the word may. That is one of the board's jobs, is to approve job descriptions. So, and the other word that I have a problem with is substantial revisions, because I think that's a subjective word. And I think that if there are revisions, we approve the job descriptions. I believe that we should approve the revisions, unless it's like a word. But if we're changing duties, if we're changing qualifications, like I believe that falls under the board's purview.
I had that marked too. I think the word is shall and take out substantial, because that is our responsibility.
So you're saying to replace mays with shall and then remove substantial?
Yep.
Sorry. I will try to wait each time, but so under work calendars, again, the word is may, and I believe approving the work calendars is the board's responsibility. So I don't think it should say may. Okay. I have a feeling that this is going to come under students, but the last paragraph where it says teachers shall take and maintain daily classroom attendance. Teachers shall make the decision to promote or retain a pupil in a grade in common school or pass or fail a pupil in course in high school, subject to review by the board as provided in statute. There's no words about documentation and how we come to that decision. That seems very open-ended, that a teacher could unilaterally decide whether they're going to pass or fail a student. I mean, I know it gets subject to review by the board, but I don't think it should get to us without some sort of other, information, I guess.
Well, regretfully, that language is actually from the statute.
Is it really?
Yeah. The duty.
I apologize that I didn't
That's the
cross-reference.
duties
that.
from the teachers of a teacher. So it's the language from the legislature, and it's really old language. It's been around a long, long time. So my recommendation is that we just leave it. They have to follow this normal system for providing, for keeping attendance. That's the procedure that happens at the school district. And then passing fail is the authority of a school district, of a school teacher. And then the board can take it from there if someone objects and brings a claim to them. And
And as long as we're in compliance with statute, you can recommend at a later date, like once this is approved, to go ahead and add the language or request to add that language, as long as it doesn't violate statute.
yeah, did you want to add some additional language to it? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah. Yes, I would love to add some additional
Right.
language, but I'm going to be honest and say that I have not read the personnel policy or student policies. I did read
This
personnel.
is one of those areas I would recommend that you note it down, come back to it, and then at a later date, you can bring it up once this is approved, as a board agenda item to specifically address this. That's what I would do.
And I have not, it could even be in chapter 5. of the
Right.
trust.
That's
I
what
haven't
I'm
looked.
wondering if it's in chapter
Could
5.
be.
It could
It
be in
could be.
chapter 5.
Yeah. And I didn't cross-reference the ASBA
Yeah.
student policies to look, but I just noted it.
Thank you. So 4-103, employee evaluations.
Okay. Okay. First paragraph, certified administrator, my gosh, guys, I'm sorry, administrator evaluations. Okay. My question is, how often does the board have to allow for public discussion about the certified administrators? I didn't read it for the public, I'm sorry, but it says in here that we have to provide the public the option to discuss the evaluation system. How often does that occur?
I don't know exactly how they're doing it here, but I would say whenever you make any changes to it, then that's when you would have it as an agenda item.
Okay. Okay. So now I'm under principal evaluations, the second paragraph, and it gives a range. It says the quantitative data shall account for between 20% and 33%. So why is it a range? And could it, I don't think different principals like in the same school district should, have different percentages. So that range feels,
Hey, yeah, go ahead, finish.
oh no, that's okay.
Yeah, I think we need to define that because I don't think it's a different range for each leader.
Right.
Obviously, it's a standard range. And I think on our new instrument, I don't know or not our new, we don't have an instrument, but the instrument that was in place when I came here from Dr. Schuff, I'm not sure that that's accounted for in there. So I do think that that's a change where we identify what the percentage is, but it needs to be the same. It's not a sliding percentage that's different for each administrator. Am I misspeaking?
It is 20% in current policy. I looked it up.
Okay.
So, and then the other part is that it specifically defines in our current policy the other 80%. So whatever this percentage is going to be, I think we also need to define then what else we're evaluating principals on. I think we need to be specific.
I agree. And I like what Mr. Dangerfield, what Clyde is saying too. As we tweak that or work through that, that'll be brought to the board for approval to assign what those different 4 or 5 categories that we have are 5.
Mm-hmm.
Did we want to change that so it matches our the current policy at 20%, at least so we're in alignment?
Do you want to change that?
I mean, I think we need to pick a percentage. I'm not sure. I'd like to hear, Dr. Monroe's recommendation, and I just want to make sure that because in the current policy in GCO, it says include observable and standards-based elements of professional practice, which shall account for the 80% of the overall. So it equals 100.
Have you seen the
Tool.
Yes, I
values.
have.
You have, so there's like 5 points, and the way I read that is each one has a 20%. So that's kind of how I read it. So, I mean, if it's different than that,
I mean, we could take it back and look at it and see, because again, anything that's voted on or changed or tweaked needs to be brought to the board. But I'm looking at Mahoney. It makes sense. I mean, 20% breaks down really easily between those 4 or 5 areas. But maybe we just give us some time to look at this and
Okay.
we can adjust the policy, the language of it in like a second read. What do you think? Yeah, just so, and it may just be the 20%, but I'd feel a lot more comfortable just going back so we could see.
The instrument that we inherited.
Yeah,
and
I just
making
want to
it
make
fit
sure, yeah.
The policy, correct.
Well, and also you all had determined that over this next year that instrument will wind up changing, right? Like that's a part of this.
We are hoping. We are hoping.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
we are
that's a
hoping.
part of the strategic plan was to change. So I think that leaving this a little broader might help so that you can get that very specific in procedures. So that is an option as well as having the procedure be different. So
I'm just going to say I'm not comfortable leaving it as a range in policy. That's my personal opinion.
oh no, not suggesting
Oh.
leaving it a range in policy, but leaving the policy as is and then putting the remainder of the percentages in procedure.
What I was referring to is just giving us time to, if we bring it back for a second read, we can look and take out the range. You know what I mean? Like, I think, yeah, President, I haven't, looked at it today, but President Parks may be right. It may just be that 20%, but I'd feel a lot more comfortable just with staff bringing that to the board. And then maybe that's what we put is just the 20%.
We'll come back to you in a second read. So, yeah.
And then the last thing I have on this page is, would we consider putting the instrument in policy, because we have the superintendent instrument in policy. And again, I just think being upfront, and it's very clear, again, for anybody who were to come in and, if there's changes that, we're just very transparent about what we're using to evaluate our administrators. So,
Yeah, we certainly can do that. Anything that's put into policy like that, that's process, just almost becomes an exhibit, right? In ASBA, they'd put E, right, for exhibit or what have you. But yeah, any of these things, if we put that process in place, it just becomes an exhibit, not policy, but an exhibit to the policy.
Right.
So that, yeah, we could certainly.
So if it's an exhibit, then anybody looking at it also gets to would see the exhibit also.
Correct.
It would be right in the policy manual.
Yeah, probably right after this page or
Right.
something or
Yeah.
what have you.
Any other questions on this?
are we on the next page?
We can move to the next.
Okay, just because it's the same letter. Oh, okay. It's the same thing. The teacher evaluation has that range again. So it's my same concern. And again, I put instrument in policy, same kind of idea. And then halfway down the page where it says incentives and protections, that A, it says the district may offer multi-year contracts not to exceed 3 years to certified teachers in the highest performance classification. Is this something that other districts do?
I haven't had any experience with it myself. Court, have you?
I haven't. That's from the statute, right?
Yeah, but it was a new addition. It's a fairly new addition to the statute.
I don't know of that happening.
Okay, so it's not in our current policy?
I don't think so.
No, not that I know of.
Okay.
It is, yeah. The legislature, since superintendents, you can do it with principals also, where you can offer more than a year. They were looking for a way to reward those teachers that were in the highest category of performance.
But we don't have to do that.
It's a May.
Okay. C, this is about the board could give incentives to teachers that if they have the 2 highest performing classifications and agree to work in a DRF school. Not that I think it's necessarily going to pertain to our district, but I assume that we would not have to do that. Just, is that statute as well? Is that a new statute?
I think it was incorporated about the same time.
Okay.
Yes, it's a May.
Okay. Okay, and then the last one is E. It says the board may adopt protections for teachers whose supervising principal has received a classification of ineffective, which may include allowing a second qualified evaluator to perform an observation or the evaluation of a certificated teacher's classroom performance. How is the teacher going to know that the principal has been labeled ineffective if we don't share that information because it's protected personnel information?
That's a very good question. I don't have an answer, and I don't think I've been in a situation where that kind of thing has occurred. And I don't know if that's been part of the new statute, because again, it may be a May, which it looks like it's a May there, but I know the statute had some interesting updates to it, and maybe this is one of them.
Is this
We can.
for the teacher evaluation?
It is.
Yes.
Yeah, so the teacher wouldn't necessarily have to know about it, but somebody else would be doing the evaluation. Is
But-
the way I read it, right?
But then they would question that. I mean, we don't have random people,
Well,
not
but if
their
you have
building
an ineffective
administrators.
Principal, how do you trust their evaluation?
No, but how would the teacher have the knowledge to have a separate? How would the teacher know?
No,
that
I
about the
get it's
principal?
I'm working through the problem, right? I'm not making a statement. I'm just working through the problem.
It's, I don't know, any thoughts?
Well, evaluators have to be qualified, and they have to do something kind of training and things to become an evaluator. And then it would be the boards and the superintendent's role to make sure that protection is happening by using another one. So you would be aware of that administrator's weakness, and then if the board determined that you wanted someone else to do those evaluations, you could do that.
I think that is a really slippery slope because I think any teacher would question why their building administrator is not doing their evaluation. It's not typical procedure. And I think then we're putting ourselves at risk of potentially, violating, the privacy to their evaluations.
Actually, I think depending on the size of a school, you have more than just the administrator doing evaluations, more than just the principal. Depending on the size of the school, you have assistant principals or some type of an administrative role for evaluators because it's just too big of a job to get all those people evaluated in one school year. So they have to spread it around.
Okay. Could we just look at this? I just feel
Yeah.
Uncomfortable.
I'm really curious to see if this is the language in statute, and it might be because I know they got real creative with it.
Yeah, it's a may again. But Kelly, if you have some language to suggest, I think the group would be willing to listen.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you create language that doesn't violate the privacy of the principal. So frankly, I think it needs to be removed. But if it's in statute, then I can't do that. And I recognize that. But I think it's very difficult to achieve this without violating. I understand what you're saying about principals and having assistant principals, but some of our schools don't have assistant principals.
No, I agree. And in those schools, generally, the smaller schools, the principal is the only one that does evaluations. But as you get to a larger school district and larger schools, that happens all the time.
Which I understand, but that's not us, right? I'm talking about our particular
But it doesn't mean you have to do this.
Well, what we can do is check to see if it is statute. If it's statute, we leave it. It's just a may. But what she's asking, or if it can be removed and it's not statute, maybe that's something that we consider. I mean, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it too, how you do one thing without divulging something that you shouldn't. But maybe I just need to give it more thought. So, but I mean, I'll make a note of
This is just for item D, right?
This is for E.
For E.
It's for E. I mean, I know it's not a practice that I hear about often in larger districts. Sure, you have a second person who might evaluate in larger districts, but Kelly's right. That's not us. You know what I mean? So, but we can check and see if this is the actual word by word language in the statute, because it may be, because I know they got real creative with it when they made the adjustment.
And is your suggestion just to take it out? Is that your suggestion? Okay. Well, let's note that.
And move on to page 8. If there's any other questions on this section.
past page 8.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Page 9.
10.
All right.
Okay, so the second paragraph. The district is required to provide certificated teachers with the opportunity to overcome or remediate unprofessional conduct prior to initiating discipline or dismissal action. Oh, is not required. Okay, sorry, I misspoke. Nor is the district required to provide any employee with remediation opportunities for conduct that otherwise constitutes unprofessional conduct or conduct in violation of the law or the district's policies or administrative regulations or procedures. So this is talking about teachers now, which they have more protection. So to not have the opportunity to overcome or remediate unprofessional conduct has, are we able to do that? Like, I guess I'm not understanding what.
I feel like that one's in there for like super egregious things. Like if they say touch somebody inappropriate, like we shouldn't have to give them opportunity to correct. Like they're out of there.
And that would be unprofessional conduct. Yeah, something like that. Pretty egregious.
Okay, I was just wondering how we could maybe, add a word that, makes it signify that it is egregious and not just, because again, it's a little bit up to interpretation there. So, and then, oh, sorry. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I was just going to come in and say, it just says it's not required, but not that it's not possible. So there's still a possibility to allow them to overcome. It's just not required to give the opportunity, right? So if it's egregious, you don't give the opportunity. If it's something less egregious, it's a slight unprofessionalism, then they still could have the opportunity. It's just not a requirement to do it. That's how I read that. I don't know if I'm interpreting that correctly.
Anywhere else that say if you do these, like, you're terminated immediately. That's what kind of like.
Well, yeah, I think in a few pages, there's like
Yeah,
a list
there's-
of staff ethics or something like that.
So what we can do is we can take this back and research it and see it. We'll cross-reference to see if there's another space that lists what egregious might be. And then I'll notate that in the notes. Notate that note, yeah.
And then just under confidentiality, it specifies teachers, but could we not have like all evaluations are confidential? It's on the same page.
So that's,
Regretfully, the others are public record.
okay,
It's only teachers are protected. They're not public record.
okay, thank you. Okay. So moving on through page 11 to page 12, where we start with 4104, employee discipline.
Okay, so in our old policy in GCQF, it is outlined what misconduct is, but I did not see that in these policies. So I agree that I thought that it should be outlined, and I went back and found it is in our old policy. So that's kind of my first thing. Okay, and then the district may exercise its authority to discipline an employee for misconduct that occurs. So I'm looking at the second bullet point. When the employee is on district property or while participating in school or work-related events. So I feel like, we had this conversation about, collecting signatures. And I feel like this kind of goes along with this because now you're talking about them being at district property and at a school event. What if their children go to school, where they are employed? So that can they be disciplined for something that they do when they're not they're not teaching, they're not supervising children, but they're at school because their children attend school and they're going to a sporting event?
Or like they're at a carnival or something.
But they're not in their capacity, right? They're not supervising children. I'm just asking for clarification here and to think through the legality, of this.
Well, if you look at the third and fourth bullet points, it may help us. Before or after regular work hours, if the employee is engaged in activities on behalf of the district, off campus and during non-working hours, if there is a sufficient relationship between the employee's conduct and the district's legitimate interest. Does that help that?
I'd love for an example of number 4. What would constitute? I just feel like off campus during non-working hours, how can we discipline somebody for something? If they're breaking the law, that's something different. But this is not talking about them breaking the law. This is saying that the district can choose to discipline an employee for something they're doing off campus during non-working hours. That doesn't feel like something that's in our purview or legal, to be honest.
It depends on what the thing is. And if it has a nexus to their role as a school teacher or a school district employee, it would depend on that event, whatever that is.
Do you have an example?
Well, there are things that students do, for example, bullying, online bullying type of thing that you can attach and say this has a nexus with the school and classroom behavior and the impact that it's having on them. So you can discipline students the same way. So it would be something similar to that.
I think this just leaves it on a case-by-case basis. And, I'm fine with as it reads as it is. I don't know that I've ever seen this come to, before the board or
I'm trying to produce an example
but-
or think through. Maybe we could talk to Jennifer at the trust. Maybe there's other examples that are getting past us, Clyde. Of
I'm thinking like a DUI, something like that.
But that's illegal.
Yeah, well, it's still an employment issue too with the school district.
Okay, so could we add some word about it being, if they are do something illegal, so that it's not up to interpretation, I guess. I just want to make sure that we're not, condemning teachers for something that isn't illegal, but maybe not everybody agrees with.
Well, they always have their defense too. I mean, it's not a one-sided issue. There's always a defense that goes on. But I'm not sure how to say it differently. I think this language comes up from just different examples or experiences. Like, for example, these are trust policies, and so it's probably stuff they've had to deal with from the trust perspective, dealing with liability issues for school districts.
I think the word at the beginning, misconduct, right? When we're dealing with misconduct, that's a whole issue in itself. And I want to be careful as a board that we aren't limiting, not specifically to this, but through all this, that we're just not trying to box certain things in, like putting so much restriction on a particular word or idea that there's never room for exceptions. And we know there's exceptions to just about every rule, right? So I just want to caution that we're a little bit careful, that we leave a little bit of, we say shall or discretion or, just there's room for discretion is, I guess, what I'm getting at. And so having that trust in the people who we've, as a board, put in administration, who Dr. Monroe has put beneath him, giving them the tools they need to make those decisions instead of just having, if they do this, you will do this. If you do this, they will do this, and letting them have that little bit of discretion. I just caution we box them in so much that they just can't do their job, because there's always going to be some exception to the rule. So.
Anything else on this page at 12?
In our current policy in GCQF, it says the procedures for discipline not resulting in a suspension, that was outlined and it's omitted in the trust policy. And again, I just think, I'm just wondering why it was omitted, because it does go into all of the ones about if you are going to suspend somebody, but not, kind of the procedure for the discipline, essentially, that we were just talking about. That procedure seems, at least the way I saw it, was omitted from our current ASBA policy.
Thank you. Okay, on page 13, is there any questions? Okay, moving on. Page 14.
Number 6, where it says 14. Yeah, sorry. Where it's talking about the employee's signature on the notice of discipline, and that, a signature doesn't mean that they agree with it. Will it just be clearly noted on that paper that that's what that signature means? Will there be a disclaimer, I guess?
That's what I'm familiar with. It says that, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to trust policy 4-105, employee termination. Page 16.
Okay, under B, the second paragraph, it says the superintendent is authorized to place support staff and other non-certificated employees on administrative leave with pay until the board decides whether to dismiss the employee. My question is, do they have to provide a reason? When we're talking about putting somebody on leave with pay, and my question is for how long? Like, do we have to call a special meeting within a certain amount of days? Because if we're considering terminating somebody, I'm not sure that we should be paying them on leave for very long.
Well, and Stephanie may be able to take a stab at this. My understanding is a lot of times when those things happen, it allows time for the investigation
Correct.
to happen.
Okay.
And a lot of times it protects the employee as well. So if the employee under question is assigned a home and being paid, then it allows us to do the investigation and their job is not hurt, because sometimes it's a good protection for them.
Yes.
And then it would come to the board in like an executive session or what have you. So am I
That's
misspeaking
exactly
there?
correct.
Okay.
I just asked Clyde as well, and that's something that we have to do. We have to pay them while the investigation is ongoing.
Okay, could we just maybe add that wording, like while the investigation is taking place? Could that wording be added so it's a little bit more clear about how long, I guess, we're paying? I'm not setting a time frame, right?
Employees have a right to have a hearing, and you have to pay them until that's resolved. So they can request a hearing.
Okay.
There's an investigation, then they can request a hearing before a hearing officer, and then the board might hear it. It can drag on for a while. But under the law, they still have a right to be paid during that time.
I'm not sure, do support staff sign contracts in our district?
They're called work agreements.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a work agreement. So I don't know if it's a
Official
full-blown contract,
but it's a
but
work agreement.
Okay. But it's for like the duration of the school year?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions on 4-105? Moving on to 4-106, reduction in force, page 19.
Okay, under procedures, it says the superintendent shall submit recommendations to the governing board for the elimination of district positions and the corresponding termination of the district employee filling the relevant positions. I think that this should be two different board actions. I think the RIF, the idea to cut a position because we are adjusting the board approved budget by riffing a position. I think that needs to come the agenda item to riff a specific position. Then in the following meeting, if the board approves the riff, because again, it's adjusting the board's budget, then we could, do the employee.
It's my understanding that we already have approved budgets that have carryover and enough money in that carryover to add without changing the budget. Meaning there's a significant carryover sitting in payroll that the board has already approved. So you can add positions without affecting the budget.
I think she's talking about a RIF, though.
Right.
She's talking about reducing in force. Different.
What is that? That just adds into the carryover on the budget.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
it's okay. I'm sorry. Okay. I just think, though, that the board has approved the budget and the budget priorities, right? We determine that as the board. And so if a RIF occurs, then you are adjusting the board's priorities, the budget priorities, because then the superintendent's deciding where else to put that money. But that may not necessarily been a board approved priority.
So for clarification, where have the first agenda item would be the board approved budget, correct?
Well, the RIF.
Yeah, and then the second agenda item would be the RIF, and then a third agenda item, the specific employee that will be affected by the RIF. Is that what you're saying?
No, it would need to be at the next meeting because you don't know how the board is going to vote on the RIF, right? If you decide, I'm going to eliminate an assistant superintendent position, right? That's a lot of money that's being changed. And I don't think you know how the board's going to vote because we're only supposed to discuss it in the meeting. So how do you know that the board's going to approve the RIF and the changing of the budget priority?
The RIF occurs first. The board approves the RIF first before anybody is identified and something is reduced.
Okay, well, that's not happening right now. So I just want it clear in policy. I want it clear in policy that the RIF, we need some sort of language then because I think that's how it should be, that the RIF occurs in a separate meeting than notifying the employee. And then I also think, okay, at the bottom it says action notification. The superintendent shall recommend that the board's separate employment. The superintendent shall recommend that the board separate employment with specific individuals due to a proposed RIF by recommending the employee's termination or non-renewal. I think that's incredibly unfair to an employee because we're deciding to not fund that position. I do not think that they should be a non-renewal or a terminate because the RIF has nothing to do with their performance.
I think this is another one where we have to defer to administration. I understand what you're saying. It's not fair, but you look at what's going on in other districts near us and the crap show that they have with mismanaging money. If they would have done some of these things, maybe they would have been able to stay afloat. And so I think it's just giving administration the opportunity that, hey, what happens if next year our student count goes way down? They got to make some drastic changes, right? I mean, and then bring that before the board. We got to look at funding. We got to look at what we have to change in our budget. But, you know, these may be some recommendations they bring to the board. I just think it's giving them that leeway again.
I just think that we can riff. I'm not saying we can't riff anybody, but to say that they're a non-renewal, why can you not just riff them?
So our practice right now is we don't say they're a non-renewal. We just riff them and then offer them to apply for any other position within the district that they are qualified for. That's what we do right now.
That's great. I just think
this says this.
Okay.
But that's what the policy we have in place right now says, and that's what we do.
Okay, so then I think this policy needs to be looked at because I think that's not fair. I was personally riffed as a second-year teacher, and it had nothing to do with my performance. I was just riffed.
Right.
Okay.
Call it?
Yeah, one more.
One more. Okay, so the last policy we will review tonight is 4-107, personnel records on page 21. Any questions, comments, concerns about 4-107? Okay. All right.
Maybe bookmark where we are.
Yeah,
here.
so we will bookmark, and we'll be on 4-201 when we pick up on our next meeting.
All right, everybody, this meeting's adjourned at 5:19. I'd like to bring to order the Liberty 25 Governing Board regular meeting for February 3rd, 5:30 p.m. at the Jerry Rovey Administration Building. The board members present is Chris Kenyon, Sarah Schmidt, Brian Cirincione, Kelly Zimmerman, and myself, Brian Parks. Ms. Zimmerman, would you lead us in the pledge?
The Elementary School District Governing Board meeting. We appreciate your interest in the district. The 5 elected governing board members serve without compensation and volunteer countless hours on behalf of our students and staff. The president and vice president of the board are elected in January. Under state law, the governing board may only discuss and vote on matters that are on the agenda for tonight's meeting. Agendas are posted a minimum of 24 hours in advance on the Liberty Elementary School District webpage and at the Jerry Rovey District Complex. Copies of tonight's agenda are located in the foyer and on the district webpage. If you wish to make a public comment, please complete a request to address the board form and submit to the board secretary before the meeting starts. These forms are located in the foyer prior to entering the governing boardroom. Members of the public will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to speak once recognized by the governing board president. Please state your name before you speak. During the call to the public may speak on any item of business on the agenda that requires the board to take action. The public may also speak to the governing board about a school district matter that is not on the agenda. State law prohibits board members from commenting on or discussing the matters presented at the end of the call to the public. However, the board may ask the superintendent to review the issue or place it on a future agenda. A board member may also briefly respond to criticism of a board member or the governing board itself. We ask that all speakers show respect and courtesy to others. Comments must pertain to a matter that is within the jurisdiction of the governing board. This is not an appropriate forum to complain about an employee, student, or others. We also ask the public who are present for the meeting to be respectful by being attentive, avoid calling out or creating any disruption that may interfere or interrupt the meeting. Individuals who interrupt or interfere with the meeting may be asked to leave by the board president. Thank you for allowing this meeting to be conducted in a peaceful and productive manner. And thank you for your attendance and involvement in tonight's meeting.
Okay, we'll move on to item 3.3, the approval of the regular agenda. I will take a motion.
I motion to approve the regular agenda consistent with board policy BEDB and temporarily suspend governing board policy with which this agenda may be inconsistent.
Second?
Second.
Okay. All right, we'll go with the vote. Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Ms. Schmidt?
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione?
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that passed unanimously. We'll move on to item 4.1, the superintendent update, attendance enrollment reports, school newsletters, and discipline update. Dr. Court Monroe.
President Parks, Vice President Kenyon, members of the board, happy February to you. We're in the second month of the year, and boy, January went by pretty quickly. So a few things to update you on as far as the superintendent update. Looking forward to a good month in February. Got a few awesome events happening. This week, our kindergarten roundup starts. I believe Thursday night is the first school, which is Estrella Mountain. All throughout the month of February, we'll be trying to gather any new kinders and any new families to come and learn from our kindergarten teachers, our principals, and to enroll in one of our 8 schools here in Liberty. So they can register, at any time after the roundup, but that's a really exciting time for parents to be able to, especially if they're new to school, to attend, meet teachers, see the classrooms, learn all about what they can do to have their child ready to start kindergarten. And in August. So that's pretty exciting. We also have our Festival of the Arts happening at Estrella Mountain for all of our Liberty schools on February the 27th. Obviously, this is an event the board is invited to, all of the community. It's a great celebration of the arts that our champs teachers put on, and we have very, very gifted and talented students performing art throughout our district. Also, third quarter athletics is underway. We have girls basketball. I was going to say girls hoops, but got girls basketball, boys soccer, and we have cross country. And so the board, you're obviously invited to come out and support any of our student athletes on those events. With regards to our enrollment, compared to this time last year, we're up about 101 students. With regards to attendance, I wanted to talk about today we had 1,600 plus absences across our district. And last year at this time, on this day, we had about 400 students. So as we were tracking that with our principals, as far as what was going on today, we did not realize that at 11 o'clock, about 11 o'clock in the morning, when other superintendents were reaching out to me, that today was also an interesting day because I guess it's a cultural, political day without immigration movement as well. And so across our schools, we had a high number of students who were absent for multiple reasons. With the
Okay, I can't, please, this is a business meeting. Keep it.
The highest amount of absences we had in all of our schools was at Rainbow Valley, which was about 350 students. And as we were reaching out, other superintendents were reaching out to me later in the morning. Enrollment was down significantly in a lot of the West Valley districts. I'm not discounting what was said earlier. I'm just acknowledging the fact that this Day Without Immigrants movement, which maybe started in California and was going across the nation, I'm not sure. But in reaching out to Cartwright, Buckeye, Litchfield, Dysart, Avondale, Mesa, Chandler, you had some districts that were down 5,000 students, other districts 1,200, 800, 1,800. So we did have a significant amount of absences from our students across all of our schools today, with Rainbow Valley being the highest. The last thing I wanted to say is the school newsletters are there for all of the exciting things for the board to look at that we have happening in February. And then I wanted to give Dr. Mohorn just a few minutes to kind of give a discipline update. So Dr. Mohorn?
Yep, if you could go to the next slide. Just forward to the next slide. Maybe. There we go.
Try that.
So we talk about discipline and safety. In December, for the first time ever, we were able to have all three of our police agencies, MCSO, Buckeye PD, and Goodyear PD, here on site with our administrators doing professional development, a tabletop exercise with our building leaders. To my knowledge, for years we've not been able to have all three entities together. I will tell you from feedback from our administrators that they valued this very much and would like more of this in the future. Secondly, after speaking with some principals about behavior referrals and things, they talked about that behavior referrals are on track to be similar to last year. Some said it's better. Some said I wouldn't say it's worse. The updated behavior matrix has been implemented to allow teachers to better focus on student learning. And just a reminder, this year we are gathering baseline data. So we're really encouraging, checking and double checking that data is being put in as it should be into Synergy. Nothing can be deleted because there is no more delete button. No one has access to delete. I don't have access to delete, none of our principals. So whatever data we have in there is true data. Something else that I wanted to bring up because I had heard, now I just totally lost my thought. Oh, as far as behavior referrals and discipline, we have had 3 or 4 TAG meetings, teacher advisory group meetings. And last year at almost every meeting, behavior and discipline was brought up as a concern. And so far this year, the TAG group has not brought that up at a TAG meeting yet. So I just wanted to bring that point up.
Thank you,
And
Dr.
that's
Mohorn.
it, President Parks.
Thank you, Dr. Mohorn. And so we'll move on to item 4.2, Governing Board and Superintendent recognitions. Dr. Court Monroe.
Okay, so this is our favorite part of the meeting. If the board wants to make their way down, we have some recognitions of some of our, Mr. Nowinski, some of our Blue Horizons staff.
gets them most of the time. The rest of us need some. Excuse me.
Yep, sorry. If it's on.
On behalf of Dr. Monroe, can you hear me okay? Okay. On behalf of Dr. Monroe, the governing board members, and myself, the Liberty Board School District is proud to foster a community and culture that motivates, recognizes those who make exceptional contributions to our students. They embody our core values of respect, integrity, accountability, high standards, and are student-centered. We aim to reward excellence and show appreciation not only to our staff who achieve significant goals and exhibit exemplary behaviors, but also to our dedicated parents and volunteers who make a valuable contribution to our schools and classrooms. As I call your name forward for recognition, we'll take, as I call your name, please come forward for recognition. And we will take a group photo afterwards. Could the principal or assistant principal of the respective school please join us?
Hi, Bruce.
All right, from Blue Horizons Elementary, teacher Aaron Barrell.
Thank you.
On-site staff Ricardo Rodriguez. Ricardo, you get flowers too.
Just what I wanted.
District support staff Rebecca Willie. Parent Naomi Holt. And our volunteer, Caitlin Hefner. You know, on that note, I'd like to thank Arizona Furnishings because they gave us the contribution for these flowers. So I want to thank them for that. For this picture with the teachers, can we bring these signs down, please? Yes. Please. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Go Blue!
Okay, we want to, Bruce, company, you guys can stay up here, but Eli, why don't you come here in the middle? We want to, I want to read something about Eli here. So here, stand over by Mr. Naminsky. So Eli is our student leader who's here tonight. And so at the board meetings, we have a student leader, which is an exemplary student who leads in a lot of different areas at Blue Horizon, come and sit on the dais with us. And so I want to really highlight Eli and why he was chosen and nominated by Mr. Naminsky and the staff. And then Eli's going to read something that he wrote about Blue Horizons. Let me make sure I have the right one. Okay, Eli, you take the bottom one here. And then we'll get a picture with Eli, but let me brag on Eli here. Tonight, Blue Horizons Elementary School is proud to have 8th grade student Eli Nadanjo representing us at the governing board meeting. We hope this will be a truly memorable honor for Eli and his family who are represented in the audience. Eli embodies the tremendous characteristics we have come to expect from our Bobcats. As he will share with you in his speech momentarily, he has been a student since the school opened in 2021. Eli stands out for his unwavering dedication, kindness, and excellence in all he does. As an A student, talented athlete, active NJHS member, and dependable classroom volunteer, he truly embodies the qualities of a well-rounded and inspiring role model to students all around him. Eli has a limitless future ahead of him. We look forward to hearing about his accomplishments for years to come. How about a round of applause for Eli? Okay, so we're going to let Eli read what he wrote, and then we'll take a picture with the governing board.
Thank you. Oh. Good evening. I would like to thank each of you for this opportunity. I am proud to represent Blue Horizons Elementary School this evening at the February governing board meeting. My name is Eli Naranjo, and I'm an 8th grader at Blue Horizons. I have been a student there since the 5th grade, when it opened in 2021. This May, I will graduate and begin attending Yonko High School in the fall. In my free time, I love playing soccer. This year, I have been able to represent Blue Horizons by being a member of the boys' soccer team. I also enjoy the subjects of math and history, and am interested in a possible career in mathematics. Tonight, I look forward to my work with the Liberty Elementary School District Governing Board. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
You put the sign down for the kid's picture.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 5.1, the governing board update. We'll start with Vice President Kenyon.
I'm just going to drag my feet for just a second so we can let board member Sorrenzioni make his way back. Thank you for taking him his stuff you forgot. Governing board update. So I don't have a whole lot to say other than first, before I do my update, this is a very packed room, and that's good to see. However, I hope that we're all adults in here and we can keep respect in this room throughout the night. I know there's a lot of passion in what people want to say and what wants to be portrayed, but please, let's respect each other and have an adult conversation. With that, I do want to say the last couple days have been very disheartening. I've worked in a lot of different aspects, protecting kids physical harm, protecting kids in emotional harm. I worked for the Department of Child Safety for a number of years. I worked in the medical field for a number of years. I'm a youth pastor. I do this for the kids, And what Mark Aguirre decided to do, and this group, when they start bringing the kids who we are here to protect, this district serves, what, roughly 4-year-old to 14-year-olds. And I cannot believe that we are putting them in front of the parents right now. I can't believe that they have to come here and worry about our adult problems, and that, in my opinion, borderline child abuse. There's things, let me speak, there's things that kids shouldn't have to deal with, especially young kids. As a matter of fact, there's even been kids that I know who have talked to their parents, this shouldn't concern me, I just want to be a kid. And that kind of stuff, you know, it really makes me sad that there's this many adults who have no problem throwing these big decisions at these kids that they don't quite frankly understand. There's a lot behind what's going on. And so with that, I'm just gonna say, you know, there's a lot of things going on in the district, and it all doubles back to a change in policy 2 years ago. And there's a group that's mad about that. And if you think this is about teachers leaving, if you think this is about over class size, you know, things that were on that paper that was handed out, which is completely, every one of those is complete false. You know, you really ought to look at what this stems from, and it stems from policy. And I'm not going to take a whole lot more time, but I'm just extremely frustrated that especially the board member who was voted in decided to resign instead of fulfilling his oath, and then attacks board members who sit here who were duly elected, going even to file a petition to have me recalled. That's fine. If the district wants it, that's fine. But I stand behind protecting these kids. Yes, I want to support parents. I do support parents' rights. That's why we made the changes we made, and we'll continue to. Parents' rights and kids' safety is number one in my book. And yes, I will support teachers as well, but they are not first. I'm sorry. The kids are. So with that, I will go ahead and leave that as my governing board update.
Thank you, Vice President Kenyon. We move to Ms. Schmidt.
I would like to say it's nice to see so many people here tonight. It's always good to see new faces that we haven't seen before, and I hope that people continue to come. And otherwise, all I have to say is I look forward to visiting, I think, all the schools this month and meeting with the principals, because this will be my first time in some of them. So looking forward to seeing you. If you're a student or a parent or a teacher, I'm looking forward to visiting your school. Please say hello. I would love to hear from all of you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Mr. Cirincione?
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for coming out. One of the things that I was big on was parental rights. And even though I might not agree back and forth on everything you say, and you guys don't agree with everything I say, one thing we agree on is that you're right as a parent and as an American to exercise these rights. So I'm glad you are all here, and I appreciate you showing up.
Thank you, Mr. Cirincione. Ms. Zimmerman?
I just want to say that I think it's incredible. I have been at board meetings for 6 years, and I have never seen a boardroom like this. And it's incredible that you care enough about your child's education and the direction of this district that you would teach your children about civic responsibility and their right to protest. Because I teach my children about the American values, and that is one of them. And when I ran my campaign, I talked to them that you have to stand by what you believe in, and you have to take action. And I think it's okay. And I want you to know that I hear you. And these are your kids. This is your community. You are our taxpayers, and it is our responsibility to listen to you and to acknowledge that you are making a statement, okay? So nobody can sit here and say, well, it's just a few people. It's not, and it's our responsibility to listen to you. And And, you know, I wish it hadn't gotten to this point. I wish the district had involved stakeholders in the vision and the mission and the strategic plan. There was no community input. And so I feel like if we had done that, maybe we wouldn't be here. And so I really hope going forward that, you know, we really think about involving our stakeholders in these decisions so that they can have a say, because this is our community. We had a 38% absent rate in this district. That is significant. And that's because you decided to use your voices. The second thing I want to clear up is there's some misinformation put out, or claims that are made that the district is spending $2,000 more in classroom spending, and that's not true. So according to your school spending website, which is run by the state of Arizona, the district is spending $1,223 more in classroom spending. That's not $2,000. But what they also failed to mention is the district is also spending $1,291 more per student in non-classroom spending. So yes, we're spending more on instruction than we were, but we're also spending even more money on non-classroom spending than we were. And that's, if you're counting, that's $2,514 more spending than we did last year. And I'm sorry, but the state is not giving us that much more money. And so it's concerning that we spent that much more money. And yeah, it's easy to say that we're spending more on the classroom if we're spending more money in general. So again, I appreciate you all, and thank you for, you know, believing in your children's education and the teachers that spend 7.5 hours a day with them, that you care enough about them to stand here tonight. So thank you.
Oh, I just want to correct that 2,000, it was actually more than 2,000. That came right off the ADE website. So I meant to say this. In a recent nationwide survey, the top 4 reasons why teachers quit the profession. Number 1 is discipline. Number 2, large class size. Number 4, limited support. And 4, administrative load. This board has taken direct action on all these issues over the past 2 years. Our new discipline policy that had over 75% approval by teachers and parents, a policy designed to take disruption out of the classroom. We've experienced an increase in enrollment, and we work really hard in keeping class sizes down. We're one of the only few districts that is experiencing accelerated growth. As you know, we're currently building a new school to further address this issue. We added significant teacher and student support, including reading interventions, soon math interventionists. And again, according to the AD website, this included moving 2,000 plus per child back to the classroom for instruction. Currently making significant changes in the district administration services to address reduction of admin load and better support teachers. This district is now also providing individualized professional development. I personally spend a lot of time with state legislators. I've been working with Prop 123 legislation on discipline, funding for SRO officers, and pushing for teacher pay increases. Stay tuned. There's more coming out of the Capitol on that subject. So can we please stop the false narrative this board does not support or listen to teachers? This board's actions speak directly to our dedication to the support and the success of our teachers. We've addressed every major concern brought to this board by our educators. Please remember we're here for one reason only, and that is to keep our students safe and educate them, nothing else. Okay, we're going to move to 6.1, call to public. I believe we have 20 requests for comment, public comment. You'll have 3 minutes for comment. Please provide your full name, and if you reside in and out of the district, Vice President Kenyon.
Thank you, President Parks. Before we get started, again, I ask that we be respectful. Doesn't matter who stands up there and speaks. They have 3 minutes. Don't boo. Don't cheer. Let them have their 3 minutes. If they say something you like, that's okay. Hold your applause to the end. If you say something they say something you don't like, come on, just be respectful. We want to keep this meeting going and as adults, okay? So we're going to start off. The first one speaker is going to be Paul Jensen.
Hello, my name is Paul Jensen. I'm in district. Two of the principles of the district are integrity and accountability. Integrity is developed by being honest in all situations, admitting your mistakes, and not making misleading statements. Misinformation is providing false and inaccurate information, especially that which is deliberately intended to deceive. There have been multiple instances of misinformation from the district and board members. My favorite example is from Brian Park's recent email to the district stating that our overall growth performance is up almost over 50%. There's a comma missing in which misconstrues the actual growth performance. It actually increased by 1%, 1 point on ELA and 5.5 points on math, both of which are now almost over 50%. Not that growth is up, 50% is implied. What is the plan for holding these people accountable to ensure the district will be able to demonstrate they live by the principles they have implemented? Research shows that the most influential factor for student learning is their classroom teacher. That is why I'm so focused on making sure teachers are listened to, because teacher-focused is student-focused. To the men on the board, I admire your stubborn dedication to your cause, but you're standing on a beach where the ocean waves have receded way back because a tsunami is ready to wipe out everything in its path. You can stand on that receded beach as long as you want, but the teachers and community of Liberty will no longer tolerate your mistreatment of them. We have had enough. A wave of pink is going to come crashing in and wipe out the terror you have brought to our district that we love. I am not aware of a successful governing board member recall election in the state of Arizona. Getting the required signatures to make it happen is a lot of hard work. However, we will knock on the required thousands of doors to spread the word about the mismanagement that Brian Parks, Chris Kenyon, and Brian Cirincione have led this district into, like increasing spending by $5 million in 1 year, spending deep into our reserves, and make such miserable working conditions that teachers are willing to pay $2,500 just to leave. Teacher contracts should be issued next governing board meeting, and there has been no talk about the 2026 budget. How are you going to make an informed decision in one board meeting? I am scared about the situation in the 2026 budget, considering how much has been overspent and the fact that there has been no public disclosure of the current situation. Your stubbornness is going to make it so that Brian Parks and Chris Kenyon will make Arizona history in being the first governing board members recalled. In the end, this will strengthen the Liberty District and prove to the teachers and community members that by standing united, we can stop being bullied. The Sea of Pink has pulled back as far as is necessary, and it's going to come crashing in on those stubborn enough to be standing on the shore ignoring the obvious. We have had enough. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Levi Jensen.
My name is Levi Jensen, and I am a 6th grader at Rainbow Valley Elementary School, and I just wanted to say that I love my school and that it makes me feel safe, and that I love my principal, Mrs. Cagle, my vice principal, Mrs. Loveless, and that they make school feel safe and fun. And I like Rainbow Valley because everyone is nice, and that people always remind me that I'm loved and I'm a leader.
Our next speaker is Lacey Jensen.
I'm Lacey Jensen, and I've lived in this district for the past 17 years. All 6 of my children have attended and are currently attending Liberty District. I have been around the district for quite some time, and I have watched leaders come and go, and I have seen some amazing leaders and some really terrible ones. So I would like to focus on helping you see what makes a good leader. And I'm going to do this by showing some of these qualities a good leader possesses in Mrs. Cagle and Mrs. Lovelace, with the evidence of how they act to prove it. Good leaders have an abundance of humility. They always give credit where credit is due. Instead of constantly trying to garner praise from others or toot their own horn, they always are quick to share praise and recognition to those who they believe are a deserving party, mainly staff and students. They show everyone respect because they are humans and they respect them. They don't, not just those who they deem worthy of respect. However, just because in return, they also expect others to treat them with the same respect. However, they do not act entitled because of their titles. They don't believe their positions of importance make them more important than others. Even though they are the boss and have years of experience, college degrees, and both receive many accolades, they listen to and value others' perspectives and ideas. I have seen these ladies sit down with kids, a lot of times on the floor, to help them through their struggles. They take the time to really understand the child, showing the child that they are valued and they are loved. Behavior has improved immensely since Mrs. Cagle came to Rainbow Valley and has continued to improve thanks to the addition of Mrs. Lovelace. I want to be clear that the behavior change came without and before the district's harsh punitive-based discipline matrix. What these 2 amazing leaders do works. It works because they are disciplining in love, in compassion and understanding. Their discipline is not about punishing, humiliating, labeling, and demeaning students and parents. They discipline because they love the children of Rainbow Valley, and they want the very best for them and their futures. Their discipline does not lack consequences, but it does take more time, and it does take more effort to do it, and lots more patience and love, but they love the kids. The students at Rainbow Valley know they are loved and important. That is why 58% of them did not come to school. Nothing to do with any other political statement, I can assure you.
Sorry, Ms. Jensen, your time is up. Our next speaker is, I believe it's Megan Keenan. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Megan Canan. I reside in district as a parent of 1 current student and 2 past students. In the almost 10 years as a parent in this district, I have heard, seen, and experienced some bad things as well as some amazing things. Tonight I come to you in hopes my voice will be heard and changes can be made. I have heard our board state over and over that our students are their #1 priority, yet your actions thus far are speaking volumes louder than your words. If students truly are your #1 priority, why has there been no action to investigate why so many teachers are willing to pay to break their contracts this year over previous years when there was no penalty? Why are we losing in mass volumes district staffed and being rumored that great leaders are not going to be offered contract renewals, as well as great staff being forced to leave? All of this drastically affects our children, your students. My son has personally been affected by this over the last few years. Just last year, he lost his homeroom/math teacher near the beginning of the year, and a suitable replacement was not found until after winter break. Again, this year, he has lost his math teacher nearing the beginning of the year, and a suitable replacement has yet to be found. Each time this happens, it puts him further behind in his education. We see a drop in his grades, and he's no longer likes going to school, in fear he will receive news of another teacher leaving. We are now hearing that the one constant at his school, Miss Cagle, may not be getting her contract renewed. I truly hope this is just a rumor and we can rest assured that our children will not have to endure another great loss next year. I know that it's not the board's direction or place to say who gets their contracts renewed. That is up to Dr. Monroe and Dr. Mahorn. However, it is the board's job to oversee and ensure that our district is the best it can be. I urge you to take action and investigate what the core issue is and assist in resolving as it is, as good people do not just leave their jobs. Due to the inactions of re-elected members, this is why I also support the recall of Brian Parks and Christopher Kenyon. I urge the community members to sign their recall petition this week. The faster we can do this, the sooner we can get qualified board members into their seats.
Before I call the next one, Dr. Monroe, the speaker referenced investigate core issues, why staff are leaving. Is that something you can look into and follow up with us, please?
Yeah, of course.
All right, our next one is going to be Ms. Jenna Williams.
Good evening, I'm Jenna Williams and I reside in District. Is this crowded room really representative of just 10 unhappy parents? Or is it a clear indication of a much broader dissatisfaction with the leadership? Due to your egregious behavior and beyond questionable character, your narcissistic tendencies, habitual dishonesty, and bullying of teachers and principals, as evidenced in audio recordings, demonstrate a blatant disregard for the well-being and safety of our students and staff. Parks's false claim of attending Wharton School of Business is a serious, glaring red flag integrity issue. The lack of accountability for this lie raises concerns about his fitness as leadership. Furthermore, his careless, insensitive discussion of a sexual assault of a minor, victim shaming, a failure to protect children from harm are unacceptable and demonstrate a shocking lack of empathy. As school board president, it is essential to prioritize safety, well-being, and education of students. Parks's actions and behavior have compromised the fundamental responsibilities, eroding trust and confidence in his leadership. His removal is necessary to restore integrity, accountability, and safe learning environment for all students. Chris Kenyon, as a board member, your inaction and enabling behavior towards Brian Parks and Court Monroe has been striking by supporting their actions. You effectively allowed them to continue unchecked. Rather than providing leadership and oversight, you seem to be more placeholder, allowing others to drive the agenda. Your lack of action and accountability has not gone unnoticed. As a board member, it is crucial to prioritize transparency. Yet, you are not in support when you explained away the actions of removing comments from social media. Your inactions have fallen short of expectations. It's time for you to be removed from your position. Superintendent Monroe's tenure has been marred by a pattern of behavior that is unacceptable for a leader in education. The allegations include attempting to cover up an assault of a child by sending cease and desist letters, demonstrating a blatant disregard for the well-being and safety of students, leaving a trail of destruction in his previous school districts, showcasing an inability to effectively manage and lead educational institutions, intimidation and manipulation, threatening teachers with job loss, and engaging in manipulative behavior to enhance personal image.
Ms. Williams, your time's up. Our next speaker is going to be April Smith.
Hi, I'm April Smith. We do reside in the district and we volunteer at the schools. Over the last year, we've watched as our school board president and vice president, along with Superintendent Dr. Court Monroe, have pushed out well-qualified key district leaders, attempted to remove our most effective principals, and created an environment where teachers, counselors, and staff no longer feel valued or supported. The result, over 50 job openings before contracts have even come out. A district running on fumes with less than $1 million in reserves. A staff that's exhausted, demoralized, and unsure if they can continue to serve our children under this leadership. The ones who suffer most from these failures are our kids. Today, our families sent a clear message. Across the district, 1,660 students were absent to show support for our teachers and staff. That's 37% of our students whose families made sacrifices to arrange alternative childcare just to be heard. Let me break that down for you. Rainbow Valley, 342 absences. Liberty, 109. West Star, 250. Strand Mountain, 280. Las Brisas, 231. Blue Horizons, 231. Freedom, 217. These are not people who are doing this for other reasons, because our parent group spoke to these parents. We know these parents. We got out every single day and we talked to parents, and they all said, yes, we're going to keep our kids home because this matters. We cannot continue to let these men lead our district. Not only do they lack the competence to keep a school district running smoothly, they lack the empathy and respect necessary to work with children and our families. Today, our parent-led political action committee for Liberty Kids filed the paperwork to begin circulating recall petitions for 2 board members that have been trying to destroy our beloved district. Beginning tomorrow, our coalition of over 100 volunteers will begin the work to collect the signatures necessary to begin a recall election for Brian Parks and Christopher Kenyon seats. We welcome all stakeholders to join us in this fight. Please visit our website. It's the number 4, libertykids.org, to get involved and be volunteer number 101. Thank you.
Next speaker is Peter Smith.
My name is Peter Smith. I live in district and I'm a parent. The board majority has created a culture of fear, distrust, and financial ruin. The beating heart of this destructive movement is board member Parks. Parks is supported by Kenyon and Circione, both of whom awarded him with re-election to school board presidency, even after they were made aware that Parks has made threatening comments about the principal at Estrella Mountain, stating in his own words to Superintendent Court Monroe that if he, Monroe, did not get to the school, that Mr. Parks would kill her. I don't know Parks' intent, but such language is never appropriate in workplace settings. Parks has stated on the record in audio that parents are idiots. Parks judged and laughed at the sexual assault of a middle school girl because the terrible acts carried out against her didn't meet his idea of what was a serious offense. I won't use the word that he used because there are children in this room. The state of Arizona thought it was serious enough, and they put the perpetrator away for nearly a year. This was a horrible thing for anyone to say, especially the leader of a school district whose first, middle, and last priority should be student safety. Mr. Kenyon, I'm expecting you to ask for him to stop being the president of the board, since you're all about student safety. Also, these comments were made on an ongoing legal case against our district. Parks has defended spending around $2 million of our emergency fund, leaving us with only $900,000 if the unexpected happens. Like, I don't know, the state of Arizona requiring that we pay them back for their accounting errors, which has happened. Or the United States government deciding to halt payments for the free and reduced lunch program. Are we to let little kids go hungry? What if a building has mold and we need to quickly rent portables? Or a member of this school board talks about ongoing litigation, increasing the likelihood of us losing in court or having to pay out settlements. Future claimants against the district may use their words to demonstrate a culture of dismissiveness about preventing sexual assault, further increasing our risk. We have to pay for private insurance to handle legal losses. If we cost these providers enough money, they can drop us from insurance, forcing us to self-insure. Self-insuring would be catastrophic, especially with an emergency fund that is now in the hundreds of thousands. Parks and his people have been depleting our emergency fund so they can try to score political points. They have taken credit for the bipartisan work of our state legislature and governor in increasing classroom funding and the work of the local women and men who sweated and knocked on doors across this district to get the last override passed. Well, those same people who got the override over the finish line have returned, and they have decided that this district can no longer afford to have you. I have already signed the recall petitions for both Parks and Kenyon. I encourage every staff member, parent, and resident of this school district that believes in professionalism, accountability, to sign these petitions as well. Please meet me outside if you'd like to sign. Based on the size of this crowd, I don't think I'm going to be the last signature.
All right, our next speaker is going to be Mr. Mike Lyon.
Get out my goggles here. My name is Mike Lyon. I do reside in district. Good evening, board members, administrators, students, parents, and teachers. I stand before you. I apologize for my voice. Tonight, deeply concerned that 3 members of this board are actively working to undermine the Liberty School District. After looking into the matter, I discovered disturbing patterns that mirror past issues under this superintendent's leadership. At Cave Creek Unified School District, the same troubling signs emerged. According to the Foothills Focus, September 2021, parents expressed frustrations over the board's refusal to listen to their concerns. To quote directly, "There are a lot of parents speaking their opinion to the board and advising them on decisions they were making, and the board did not respond at all or listen to anyone's input. They're supposed to represent their community, and they're just not doing that." Does that sound familiar? It should, because history is repeating itself here. Additionally, when this superintendent took over at Cave Creek, he immediately cut $4 million from the budget. While surrounding districts saw enrollment increases, Cave Creek had the lowest enrollment rate and the highest administrative spending per student. Meanwhile, experienced staff were let go only to be replaced by others with higher salaries. A longtime administrator described how entire departments were dismantled, with employees fired under the guise of budget cuts, only for their roles to be filled with multiple higher paid replacements. This is not speculation. This is a pattern, and now it's happening in our district. I propose that the administrative staff, including our superintendent, receive the same pay increase as our teachers and other administrators. If our educators, the backbone of this district, receive modest increases, then our highest paid officials should be held to the same standard. I also want to address the board's lack of responsiveness. When the public requests a larger venue for meetings as this, listen, because as long as you fail to respond, people will keep showing up, louder and stronger. Mr. Parks, you stated the public speaking time was reduced to 3 minutes at the request of the public. I'm calling you out on that. I have heard none, not one single person who wanted that reduction. If you insist on limiting comments to 1 presentation per person, then I suggest extending it to 5 minutes. And also, why not start the meetings at 7 p.m. after the dinner hour so more community members can participate and children don't have to attend? Finally, since the 3 of you refuse to address the public's concerns, it is time for you to resign or be removed. The process has begun. I will do everything in my power to support the removal of Mr. Parks, Kenyon, and Cicerone. Your time is up. The damage you've done to this district is unacceptable. Your resignations are formally requested. Mr. Monroe, you and your personnel manager, assistant superintendent are next if you do not start acting like the leaders this district needs. Anything else will result in your dismissal as well. You've been warned. The families of Liberty School District deserve better. The teachers, students, and staff deserve better, and we won't stop fighting until we get it. Thank you.
All right, the next speaker is going to be Paul Bixler.
My name is Paul Bixler. I've been a resident of Estrella Mountain Ranch for a decade, and I've been a citizen of the state of Arizona for over 7 decades. Governor Schmidt and Zimmerman, thank you for recognizing the destructive liquidated damages language found in the instructional personnel contracts. With all due respect, I disagree with Superintendent Monroe's statement that the governing board should not get into the business of assigning liquidated damages or not. I believe that for the remainder of this contract period, that is exactly what the governing board should do. If the instructor's reasons for resignation is not one of the exempted criteria, HR should recommend or not the assignment of liquidated damages. Then the governing board should vote on record if that instructor should pay that penalty. Then, when constructing the 25-26 instructor contracts, the liquidated damages language should be eliminated. The majority of the current governing board needs to start treating our teachers like the highly skilled professionals that they are. I speak for this before you today because the current leadership of this governing board is not asking the right question. As inaccurate are the statements of a frequent flyer at the public participation podium are, they did make a good point at the last regular meeting. A previous board and its leadership solved a teacher retention and recruitment crisis by putting into place a 4-day instructional week. This not only positively impacted teacher retention, but also the recruitment of highly qualified, experienced teachers. But now, these valued teachers are leaving in exceptional numbers. Why? That is the right question. The governing board leadership, beginning with the previous board president and vice president and continuing with the current board leadership, are aggressively intent on using threat, intimidation, bullying, and punishment against those in opposition to the highly politically partisan decisions being made. To punish those in disagreement to do what these board leaderships have wanted them to do. This needs to stop. You are hurting children. Thank you.
Next speaker is Vicki Johnson.
My name is Vicki Johnson. I am a community member, a former parent, a veteran teacher of this district, and president of the Liberty Education Association. On Friday, January 31st, the LEA held a meeting for staff across the district to discuss our concerns. During this meeting, we compiled a list of issues that are common throughout the district. We believe that our school board has not been adequately monitoring the actions of our superintendent, which we find unacceptable. Your job is to make sure that we can do our job and to represent all stakeholders. We request that you take action to rectify these grievances. The 4 main areas of concern are the removal of the Ed Services Department staff, financial mismanagement, class sizes and lack of subs, lack of communication, and a culture of intimidation. I hope you'd agree that teachers' responsibility is to teach our students. We do this best when we're able to focus on all of our attention on them, the children. However, when necessary supports are removed, we can't do our jobs as well. Mrs. Camp was an exceptional educator and a steadfast support for teachers. All of the people still working in the Ed Services Department are essential to what we do, and yet they have all been told to resign. Who will Dr. Monroe replace them with? What we know from the other districts upon which he has wreaked havoc is that the one trait his choices have in common is incompetence. How will we be able to serve our students well with inadequate educational leadership? We're also worried about our personal finances. Are you aware that during the 23-24 school year, there was a gross miscalculation of paychecks, wherein teachers who selected 26 pay option on their contract only received 25 paychecks? The full contract amount was dispersed, but across one less paycheck than it should have been, resulting in significant financial stress over the summer and the beginning of this school year for families who base their budget on biweekly pay. This error has yet to be acknowledged openly to staff. This year, paychecks are slightly less than last year due to the remediation of the error, but since nothing was ever said, mistrust has been fostered. Did you know that HSA payments were not made in a timely manner? An employee recently received an email stating that they had been overpaid and needed to write a reimbursement check for over $1,000. Other paychecks have been similarly inaccurate. sick and personal time not correctly posted, and with people resigning from the finance department at an alarming rate under the reign of Dr. Mahorn and Mr. Bolden, significant errors are being made that continue to affect our families. It is the board's responsibility to ensure that all students receive quality education, that teachers are properly supported. This cannot be achieved under the leadership of Dr. Monroe. He must either resign or be removed by you. As board members, if you do not support this action, you must be condoning his choices, and we therefore support any recall efforts of board members not making decisions in the best interests of our students. Also, I have to let you know, we reported open meeting law. They are choosing to violate it. This meeting could have been paused and moved with no notice, and they're
I believe this next name is Amanda Creighton.
Okay, good evening, members of the board. My name is Amanda Creighton, and I'm a special education resource teacher, 6th through 8th grade at Rainbow Valley. I'm new to the district as of this year. I'm here tonight to talk about the importance of human capital. For instance, as a special education teacher in Arizona, I know my value. I graduated from Mary Lou Fulton Teachers College in 2021 with a 4.0 and 2 degrees. I was an executive board member for a national nonprofit organization from December of 2018 to May of 2023. I'm a mother of 3 children, 2 of which are highly gifted and 1 has neurocognitive disorder. I've been an educator for 4 years, a parent for 18 years, a leader and an advocate that's worked with disabled individuals in one capacity or another for 20 years. I've never had that cause that I've fought for that I haven't won. And I'm letting you to know today that I'm choosing to fight for the human capital here in the Liberty District. In my career, I've worked for 4 different Arizona school districts in one capacity or another. The market is rough out there for special educators. There aren't enough of us. Last year in my previous district, I managed 2 caseloads of resource students because they couldn't find teachers. I had more than 44 students at one time, and I wrote 50 IEPs that year. For those of you that don't know, an IEP is an individualized education plan specific to a student that's 11 to 27 pages long, depending on the student's needs. I wrote all of those plans on top of planning instruction, training paraprofessionals, working with outside agencies, and supporting the emotional and behavioral needs of disabled students. I know that wherever I go in Arizona, I can find a job as a teacher anywhere. When I applied to work in the Liberty District last summer, I was unsure if I could continue to teach and do what I love until I interviewed with Amanda Lovelace and Ryan Cagle. They shared their vision of inclusion and leadership for all students, including those with disabilities. They gave me hope that I could make a difference at Rainbow Valley, and they gave me assurances that I would be given a reasonable workload. And they showed me all the things that they have done to help the students that they serve. Ms. Cagle and Ms. Lovelace are the reason I decide and I choose to work in Liberty, and they'll be the reason that I choose to stay. The leadership at the district level from Kay Hammond and Stephanie Church have been unlike anything that I've seen in other districts. They've made special educators feel valued and given us the tools and support we need to move the needle for disabled kids. I found my home and my passion at Liberty, and I'd like to retire 20 years from now in the district. But after seeing what I've seen this year, I'm worried that this gem I have found will fall apart. When qualified educators are not valued, they leave. If you replace all the leadership in Liberty, you'll have no leadership and you'll end up with no teachers. Tonight, I'm calling for you all to change your policy of divisiveness and your forced resignations of qualified administrators. I'm calling for you to recognize the work that they've done and the wealth of human capital that you have. Many other districts are not so lucky. In 2023, 53.2% of teaching jobs were filled by people who did not meet the Arizona Department of Education certification standards. As a famous economist once said, human capital is the greatest investment that we can make.
Sorry, Ms. Creighton, your time is up. Our next speaker is Mark Aguirre.
I'm here to speak on a few very concerning issues that have come up recently. I heard a recording of Mr. Parks demeaning the severity of what took place with Kaylee Kozak when she was a student here in the district. I'm assuming that you as a board talked about this with council in an executive session, which also begs to question why Mr. Parks is breaking open meeting law and putting the district at more risk of litigation. To hear him essentially blame the parents was just appalling. But I don't know what is more appalling, what he said or the fact that Mr. Kenyon and Mr. Cincinnati voted for him to be president of this board. Another concern that I have is that Mr. Parks and Superintendent Monroe admitted on the record that the district used M&O money to, quote, build a new school. Unfortunately, that is misappropriation of funds since it wasn't earmarked for that purpose at the proper time. You see, in public education at budgeting time, you have to say where you're going to spend your money in order to avoid robbing Peter to pay Paul. I would encourage all of you to take a look at the district's audit with the state auditor to see what they have to say. You will notice that they have classified the district as high risk in more than one area. Are we going to be the next Isaac Elementary School District? I would also like to encourage you all to have an audit done on Superintendent Monroe's district credit card, as you may find some questionable purchases that I have the opinion to be deemed illegal. Furthermore, I would also encourage you to get a legal opinion on suppressing public comment on the district's Facebook page, which was created and is maintained with public taxpayer money. And lastly, I would like to ask Mr. Cincinnati a question. Are the votes that you cast on this board an attempt to drive students and families of this school district to one of its competitors, your employer? For those of you who don't know, Mr. Cincinnati is an administrator for a charter school in the area. For these reasons, as a former board member and president of this board, I support the recall of members Chris Kenyon and Brian Parks. As you once stated to me, Mr. Parks, on a telephone when you were first appointed, careful what you ask for. And furthermore, Dr. Monroe, the values of the LDS Church, you, sir, are not showing. And to even mention my Hispanic brothers and sisters as a reason as to why you saw the absences today is appalling.
All right, next speaker is going to be Becky Neuenberger. Sorry.
He was in. All right, I come to you tonight as a concerned public member, a parent, a teacher in the district, and the vice president of our union. I have been in this district for 15 years, and it has been a great place to work because of our parents' support and kindness, our students' perseverance and determination, and my coworkers' dedication and resilience. But now we are all talking about leaving because our district leadership is ruining our community. On Friday, January 31st, the LEA held a meeting for staff from across the district to discuss our concerns. During the meeting, the teachers compiled a list of issues that are common throughout the district. We believe that our school board has not been adequately monitoring the actions of our superintendent, which we all find unacceptable. Your job is to make sure we can do our job and to represent all stakeholders. We request that you take action to rectify these grievances immediately. Our 4 main grievances are removal of the Ed Service Department, financial mismanagement, class sizes and lack of subs, lack of communication, and a culture of intimidation. A teacher's responsibility is to teach the students assigned to our class. We do this most successfully when we're able to focus all of our attention on that job. One grievance is class size and lack of sub-coverage. When sub-coverage cannot be acquired, classes are split. Our numbers increase dramatically. We become concerned not only about the learning, but the safety of students. When teachers resign due to unacceptable working conditions, qualified teachers and staff are not found to replace them, increasing an already unattainable workload on the rest of us. Another grievance is a lack of communication and a culture of intimidation. As teachers, we strive to advocate for our students and ourselves. However, our voices are often hindered by a culture of intimidation and lack of transparency. Moreover, being required to attend customer service trainings only to be treated poorly afterwards is a disservice to our time and commitment. We are particularly concerned about all of these intimidation tactics, like being pulled from our classroom. It's the board's responsibility to ensure that all students receive a quality education, and the teachers are demanding that Dr. Monroe resigns. If he does not resign, then we are asking the board to remove him.
Your time is up. All right, our next speaker is going to be Shelley Cross.
Hello, my name is Shelley Cross and I live in the district. And I just wanted to thank the board for letting me speak today. First of all, I wanted to say to President Parks, Vice President Kenyon, and Brian Sarancion, I want to encourage you three to stand your ground against the disruptors. I know they are threatening, angry, and they continually denigrate your character. The most upsetting thing to me is that they are trying to involve the children, which they have, by keeping them home, because children will not stay home on their own. Obviously, the parents told them to stay home and lied about why they were staying home. Did they say they were sick? I don't know. I don't know what the parents told them, to be honest. But to me, I'm sorry, I agree with Vice President Kenyon. It's child abuse. Not funny, it's true. I believe there is nothing more important than protecting children, nothing. That means keeping them out of adult issues. Why is this hard? It's simple. You guys fight for yourselves. Don't involve the children. That's all I'm asking. How can they concentrate on schoolwork when all of this chaos is around them? And you don't think they know? They know. I mean, obviously, you bring them here to show them. I think that's going to disrupt their schoolwork more than anything, in my opinion. And the teachers teach your subjects. Whatever that subject is, please teach the subject. Instead of going off track. I just want to, again, thank...
Can the public please be quiet and give her time?
I'm fine with them. I want to thank the three board members that are standing their ground. Because this room is not full with people like me, does not mean they are not out there. It's just the threateningness. Most people won't come here because this is threatening. I mean, it doesn't bother me, but it will a lot of people. And especially moms, things like that. There's different types of people. And this room is threatening to people that are against them. I've never heard, they talk about threatening. They're threatening you guys more than I've ever heard anybody threaten anybody in my life. It's crazy. So you can all have different opinions, and I do think the parents should be able to come and speak. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the children. Leave the children out. It's very...
Yeah, my time's up, ma'am. All right, next speaker is going to be Ashley Wright. Ashley Wright, are you here? Okay. Sorry, a lot of people.
Let me get together here. Okay, good evening. My name is Ashley Wright. I do reside in the district. I am a parent and volunteer at Estrella. I recently viewed the interview of President Parks by State 48 News. In the interview, he states the people who come up here and speak are not sharing facts. So I thought I'd come and share some facts with you all this evening like I have for several months now. Fact, there are way more than 10 of us. Way more. Fact, the information you get about the district changes depending on the day and the audience. Dr. Monroe himself told us at the last coffee that ELA and math were down in the district. However, President Parks said in the interview that they were up in the district. So which is it? President Parks recently shared on X that the district's finances were in great shape, but also shared in the interview that we are extremely low in reserves with upcoming teacher raises and a new school to finish paying for. So again, which is it? Fact, while President Parks continues to share that there's a certified teacher in every classroom, but fails to inform parents that there are many on emergency certificates. Fact, while President Parks was attending and insulting our math market, Mrs. Erica Daniels volunteered to come and help us with our games and to motivate our younger students. While he was accusing us of teaching students they deserve to be paid for their grades, we were being thanked by numerous parents for all the time and effort we continue to put in with their students, including your own. Fact, while some district employees are publicly disturbed at the thought of reading with children, we all volunteer hours each week reading with children simply because we know that that's the foundation of learning. Fact, while you're making false claims that we have disgusting agendas for these students and children, we are building relationships with families and providing supports to students. See, this is why this movement is so successful. These people that you're trying to discredit are the backbones of their schools. They're beloved teachers that parents have respected and appreciated. They're parents that are always willing to lend a hand. They're volunteers that parents are proud to have work in their schools with their student, knowing that they only have their best interests at heart. We have the credibility that you do not. Board Member Cirincione, I have to say I really believe you had no idea what you were getting into when you initially took this position. I know it's a lot of information to wade through and try to figure out who's telling the truth, who has an agenda, but I will say we need you to wade. We need you to figure out where you stand, because I assure you that if it was only a matter of disliking Brian Parks, we all have better things we'd rather be doing on a Monday night. This is about the future of our kids in this district as a whole, and I can't believe you would really want to participate in the downfall of this district and continue to vote with Parks and Kenyon, which leads me to another fact. Board Member Cirincione, I have recently discovered you are able to call for a new vote for board president at any time for any reason. On behalf of all students, parents, and teachers, I implore you to call for a new vote and give these students the board president they deserve, one who puts the students ahead of themselves. Lastly, my most important fact of all is I support the recall of Brian Parks and Chris.
That's your time, ma'am. Our next speaker is Bailey Roscoe.
My name is Bailey Roscoe, and I stand here with my children, not because it's child abuse, but because we want you guys to hear us. My son has something to say.
It's the fact that because of the board, I have been bullied multiple times, and they have done nothing about it. And I have to feel some sort of regret to this school and this district.
Me and my husband, we stand here tonight as parents of this district, and we're here with our entire family. My husband is standing just out there in the lobby to show support for the recall. We would like Mr. Monroe to resign from his position. My children are here with me not as child abuse, but to show them how we care for them and how we support their teachers. We are also here with them because we want them to learn about civic duty. Thanks to teachers like Miss Benitez, who we stand behind, my daughter is here learning how civic duty is held. Miss Benitez stands every day teaching these kids on politics and how politics work. This is one of those political situations. We are not here, though, for a political agenda, as you guys are. We are here because we care about our children. We don't just stand here every Monday telling you guys that we want change because we don't have anything better to do. We want better for our children. We do care about our children, or else we wouldn't be here yelling so loud. While you think that we may be emotional, yes, we're emotional. These are our kids. We stand up here asking for transparency. We want an audit. We want to understand what is going on with our reserves. We want our teachers to be qualified and be supported, not bullied or harassed. We want our funds to go towards the things that they were meant to go towards, not to be earmarked for one thing and then paid for another. That is illegal. It is a misappropriation of funds. We want change. Please hear us, quit ignoring us, and do your duty that you were elected for. We are your tax-paying constituents, and we have the right to choose what happens to our children. We don't just care that teachers are walking out. We care why they are walking out. I believe it was Bixler that stated tonight, the right question is, why are they leaving at a $2,000 expense, over $2,000 expense to their own pocketbook? It's not just because they don't like their job or they want to leave for another district. There's a problem. There's been over 20 resignations in 1 year. We want accountability. You guys owe us that. We elected you for that. Kenyon?
Time's up, Ms. Roscoe. Next speaker is going to be Annette Brentner. Okay. Next speaker then will be William Brentner.
Good evening. My name is William Brentner. I'm a longtime resident of Estrella Mountain Ranch. My kids went to Estrella Mountain Elementary School back in 2000. I think they both graduated by 2003. We were very pleased with the education at that time. Since then, I've taken jobs because I'm an engineer going across the country. And when I got back in, say, 2020, I found that the school district here had really gone to pot under the leadership of the former president of the board, Mark Aguirre. And I just think it's really, in fact, I didn't realize it was in a union hall tonight. He, in some of his minions, talked about an intimidating atmosphere. I think that's really rich, because I was in this exact room about 3 years ago. Don't remember the exact date, but at any rate, there was a big issue that he lost on, and he literally got out of his seat, and there was some teachers that weren't of the same mind that he was, chased him around the room and said, "You're going to get yours, and there'll be retribution." Okay, this is intimidation. I've seen it personally. I'm not part of the school board. I'm not a parent any longer. I'm not a student, but I saw him get really rowdy with these poor teachers. So that's a little bit about intimidation. I'm glad Superintendent Monroe talked about the sick out or whatever it was today, but I think it's appalling. I agree with Vice Chairman or Vice President Kenyon that it is child abuse. It literally is. And you can laugh, okay, but you're using these little kids as battering rams, and they understand none of what you're talking about. They just know that mom and dad and a bunch of teachers that they want to believe in are against the leadership. And I know for a fact, because I've been here and heard the numbers on the math scores and the English scores from 3 years ago, and they were appalling. I mean, I could almost count their percentage points with two hands of fingers. I mean, they were horrible. Being an engineer, I can tell you, you're not going to get into any university with those kind of scores. And if you're that handicapped by the time you got to high school, you're in big trouble. So, at any rate, have a nice evening.
All right, our next speaker is going to be Misty Lynn Hernandez.
Hello, I'm Misty Lynn Hernandez. I'm a taxpayer and voter in the district. I'm here to express my strong belief that our schools must return to basics and focus on providing children with a solid foundation in education. These are fundamental building blocks that we prepare students for success in the real world. I am deeply concerned that Liberty is currently marked 48th out of 50 academic performance level. This ranking is alarming, and it's critical that we take action to improve it. Getting back to teaching the fundamentals is a crucial step in the right direction, and I believe that it is something that we can all support. I also want to express my support for the direction the school board is currently taken in addressing these issues. It is encouraging to see the steps that they are prioritizing in education success. I stand behind this approach. While I've heard arguments that removal of programs of critical race theory or social emotional learning, SEL, is dangerous, I would argue that failing to provide children with the ability to read, write, and do math is a true danger. A child who cannot read or understand basic math is at much higher risk than one who is well educated in these fundamental subjects. Additionally, encouraging a child to participate in a protest or a sick out as a way to make a political point and then sending them to attend a school board meeting is minimal, irresponsible. It is outright teaching a child to be dishonest if they don't like or agree with something. The tactic must not continue. That would teach children that it's acceptable to manipulate the system and avoid accountability, and that it's that is a very dangerous lesson. We have to be better than that. We must also recognize that schools are not the place for political views or activism. Teachers are leaders and role models who should inspire and guide students, not use the classroom as a platform for personal beliefs. When a teacher enters the classroom, they must leave personal opinion and agendas at the door. They have a responsibility to teach the curriculum as agreed upon in their contract. It is unacceptable to use children as pawns in any ideological battle. In the real world, when someone breaks a contract, there are consequences. We must ensure that our education system remains focused on the success of the children, not on the personal conflicts. It is irresponsible and unfair to drag innocent students into the adult disagreement. Thank you for your time, consideration to these important issues. Please put aside differences and work together to provide the best education for the children. Focus on what truly matters, their academic success. Thank you.
All right, our last speaker for the night is going to be Richard Bond.
President Parks, Vice President Kenyon, Dr. Monroe, thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Richard Bond. I'm a resident of Estrella Mountain, and I've got a few things to say. I'll probably be all over the board. I do appreciate, too, all the support that being shown here tonight, both for your side and the other side. My question is, where you been? I've been here for 3 years, practically every meeting. And you know what? You could throw a ball in here sometimes and never hit anybody. But why tonight? So, if you want to show your child how a governmental meeting can work, bring them at a regular meeting. And all these things that you're complaining about, many of them have been part of a meeting. But I don't see why you weren't here. That's what I'm, okay. So where you been is my next thing, is my first thing. Second, I've only been with 2 companies in my career, 25 years with one and 25 with another. And I've hired people with contracts. And people have broken contracts. And I've charged, we call it a contingent sales charge, okay? Liquidation charge. You think people are standing in line to fill a vacancy that someone just walks out on? No. They've got to hire someone. They've got to interview people. In some cases, they've got to travel. In rare cases, they've got to pay travel expenses for the person they're hiring, or at least interviewing. That comes at a cost. So please don't wail and moan that someone's being charged the fee that they agreed upon when they signed the contract for leaving and then letting the board hold the bag. You think that $2,500 is going to pay a pizza party somewhere? No, it's not. And if you're for the kids, that's my next thing. Why are we having all these parties, these art fairs and these dance contests and all these things that take kids out of the classroom?
Let him speak. Let him speak.
I want my 3 seconds back. There's plenty of time to play art and plays in high school. When you've got a 29% efficiency in math and reading in the elementary schools, there should be no arts, there should be no play. We should go and strictly work on their education, and teachers that walk out tomorrow, you're cowards.
Bond, your time is up. All right. Mr. President, that concludes our public comment.
Okay, I'll let it a few minutes for this to calm down. All right. So I just kind of follow up on that. I have a question. We have schools with the proficiency rates in single digits, ELA math. Our highest proficiencies in the 40% range be Estrella and West Star. So are we okay with that? Hold on. Stop. Let me finish, please. I never once and I never will blame teachers for that. I never have. We are looking at changes and doing what we have to do. Nothing is off the table. That means administrative changes. That means other changes that need to happen. Now, that goes on to the next thing. Little civics lesson. All of us were elected to be here. We were elected overwhelmingly to be here. We ran, myself, Brian Cirincione, and Chris Kenyon ran on a platform.
I just want to caution that this is open meeting law.
No, hold on. We're not going to have this up for a discussion. And I'm responding to criticism. So, let me make this clear. Hold on, please. Let me make this clear. We ran on a platform and we're following that platform to a T. If you don't like what we're doing, fine, remove us from office. I'll go do something else. But until that happens, we're staying right here, and we're going to continue with what we promised the voters. So we'll get into what this is really all about. I'll tell you, this isn't about what everybody is saying this is about. I read social media. You guys post exactly what you're concerned about. Paul Jensen at a meeting last week actually told us exactly what it was about. He was very clear. This has everything to do, most of it actually, to do with the fact that we put some policies in to protect children and increase proficiency. That included removing gender and political ideology. We removed restorative justice and PBIS.
Mr. Parks? Mr. Parks, here. This isn't an agenda item. You can respond. You can respond to criticism. You can briefly respond to criticism.
Well, excuse me, with all due respect, they attacked me on all this stuff.
I would put this on next agenda. I would put this on the next agenda.
All right, I'll put it on the agenda. You know what? Here's the thing, and I'll just say this. I hear all the time, hold on. I hear all the time that nobody, that we don't say anything, that we never respond. And when we do, look, legal's right. We're not supposed to respond to stuff. But you know what? You kind of give us no choice. So we will put this on the agenda, and I will address it at the next meeting. All right, move on to 7.1, approval of the consent agenda.
I'd like to pull 7.3 and 7.6, please.
Can I have a motion to approve all the consent agenda items except 7.3
and 7.6.
7.3 and 7.6?
Motion to approve the consent agenda minus 7.3 and 7.6.
I'll second.
Call for a vote. Vice President Kenyon?
Aye.
Ms. Schmidt?
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione?
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that passed unanimously. We'll move to 7.3. Ms. Zimmerman?
And real quick before, you will have an updated copy of the personnel. The two at the bottom that are highlight were two that were inadvertently left off last time, resignations. They weren't teacher resignations, but they were resignations. So as in past practice, you have the updated copy with the yellow highlights of the changes. Those are the only changes. Sorry, didn't want to update this one day.
I bring this forward for a couple of reasons. Again, these teachers that are having these damages applied, at least two of them, one in their resignation letter and one reached out to the board to say that it's a promotion. And I'm concerned that we're not being consistent. So if that is the policy, and again, I just want to remind the board that the language says that it's the board's sole discretion. And so it doesn't say anything about HR recommending it. Now, if we want to change that in the future, but as it states, it's the board's sole decision. And so I'm not comfortable recommending applied liquidated damages when the precedent has been set that if it's a promotion or something like that, then it's waived. And so when I have two people that I believe meet that threshold and they're having them applied, that is a concern to me. To hold up our end. The second thing that I want to point out is that there is basically the entire Ed Services team on this resignation. And in their letters, two more state that it was not their choice. It was not their choice to leave, along with Natasha Camp. And I think that we should be concerned. I think it's really hard when you in one say, we're doing great. Okay, why are we getting rid of the people that are leading the charge in improving things. And then, the other time we say it's not. So, anytime that you have a mass exodus of high-level people in a company, in a business, you should be questioning that. We should be questioning this. It's concerning. These are people that have dedicated themselves to our teachers. And if you look at that climate survey from 23-24 that I've asked before to come before the board, every single comment about Ed Services was about how incredible they were and how they supported teachers. And it's so concerning to me that they state that it's not their choice. And I request that we waive liquidated damages because I don't think the policy is being applied equitably.
Ms. Zimmerman, did you reach out to Dr. Mohorn to get a further explanation on this?
I did.
Dr. Mohorn, on the liquidated damages for the first one she's talking about promotion, could you explain?
For a qualified promotion, and again, when somebody says that they are resigning for promotion, we just ask for their contract, their offer letter, something like that. And if it's truly not a promotion, if they're not making more money, if they're not getting better benefits, then it's not a promotion.
Thank you. All right, well, I'll take a motion on 7.3.
I make a motion to approve personal action items with without applying liquidated damages to any teachers listed on the items.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, we'll have a vote. Vice President Kenyon?
President Parks, can you please hold on? I didn't get that motion. Hold on, please. Can you please
sorry, you want me to repeat it? Okay. I make a motion to approve 7.3 of personal action items with the deletion of any liquidated damages applied to teachers.
Liquidated damages.
To not apply any liquidated damages to any teachers. You got it, Minnie?
I do. And who made the motion? The second?
Sarah.
Sarah, okay. Thank you.
All right, we'll call for the vote. Vice President Kenyon?
After I vote, I'd like to explain. After we vote. No.
Ms. Schmidt?
Yay.
Mr. Cirincione?
Yay.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Aye.
I am a nay, and so we'll see that pass 3-2. All right, we'll move on to item 7.
Mr. President, if I can explain my vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vice President Kenny. Go ahead.
I wasn't sure how that was going to go, and it went that way, and that's fine because the board voted, and that is what it is. What I would say is now it's easy for staff just to violate a contract, these responsible adults, and I feel bad, but it is what it is, and I feel bad for the ones that we voted for in the past that had to pay this. And we shouldn't be going back and forth on this. It needs to be set, and there's a reason why administration should handle this, bring it before us, we vote on it like we did. But it is what it is. All right, I'm done.
Now I'll explain my yay or nay. The capital cost for replacing a teacher that abandoned her position is about $10,000.
M&O.
I guess we just put that on the taxpayers. Anyway, we'll move on to 7.6.
Could we pull up the agreement? I just wanted to bring this forward more for transparency because I had to get some clarification. And so I just want to be able to, could Mr. Bolden or Mr. Young just kind of explain what this is? Because I just think it's important.
Yeah, Mr. President, Ms. Zimmerman, this is a donation agreement that school districts all over apply to developments in their school zone, and it's to help offset some additional costs for kids that are coming into the district. That this was the site that they were going to donate, a 7-acre site for the school, but it wasn't going to be ready in time to build the school. So in lieu of the donation of land, we're getting the rooftop donations. It's $1,000 per home. It's the agreement goes in per plat. They're trying to get all the plats finalized August of this year. The donation agreement says December 31st, 2026. But if for some reason they get delayed and do not get all the plats done this year, or by December 31st, 2026, then they'll ask for an agreement. But they have agreed, and they dedicated to giving us those rooftop donations. So,
And how many rooftops are they expecting?
about 437.
Okay. And what fund is this donation going to go into?
It goes into the 530 fund, the gifts and donations.
Okay. And how can those funds be spent?
I'll turn that over to Mr. Bolden. Oh, yeah.
Ms. Zimmerman, the Fund 530 is very flexible, so we can spend that for almost anything. So we can subsidize M&O, we can pay capital, we can do all kinds of things out of Fund 530.
And are they going to pay us in one lump sum, or is it as the plats are? Sorry, I don't have it pulled up. The plats are assigned, or
Yeah, usually it's in, they'll do like a group of 30, 40, 50 homes at a time, and then they'll turn it over at that time.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I make a motion to approve 7.6.
Have a second?
Second.
That will call the vote. Vice President Kenyon?
Aye.
Ms. Schmidt?
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione?
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that passed unanimously. All right, we'll move on to general business. 8.1, discussion of Loretta Zumbro Elementary School math adoption. Susanna Finn, curriculum instruction coordinator, and Bruce Naminsky.
Is it on?
Monroe. Tonight, I'll update you on the progress of Loretta Zumbro Elementary School Mathematics Primary Resource Adoption Committee. Loretta Zumbro Elementary School will be a choice school within the Liberty Elementary School District, offering an alternative back to basics mathematics program. The district administration leads this committee, which has held 2 meetings so far, one on January 23rd and one on January 28th, 2025. We'll aim to have new resources ready by August 2025. Meetings are open to the public with minutes and videos available on board docs. The committee includes 12 members, teachers, instructional coaches, and administrators. And meeting agendas and documents are also posted on board docs. We evaluate each resource, preview materials, and score them using a rubric. Starting February 4th, 2025, we'll begin a 60-day review period to gather public input on Saxon Math and Math in Focus. During this time, teachers and the committee will pilot the resources and make their recommendation. In May, district administration will present the recommendation to the governing board for adopting a new mathematics primary resource for Loretta Zumbro Elementary School. Upon approval, we'll procure and deliver the resources, ensuring teacher training before the 2025-2026 school year begins. Thank you.
Chris or Mr. Kenny, do you have anything?
Not at this time, thank you.
Just for information only, not for discussion.
Right. I just wondered if they had any questions. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, can you remind me who the committee was made up again?
We have instructional coaches, we have teachers, and we have both district administration and school administration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Ms. Zimmerman. Go ahead.
Are there any parents on the committee?
We invited parents. We sent out an invite. It was also posted on the district website for an invite. Nobody is participating. We received no responses.
Okay. I'm just curious, have we asked parents if they're interested in a traditional math program?
I'll have Mr. Naminsky answer that question.
Okay.
It was not, Ms. Zimmerman, it was not one of the questions that we had on our survey. The first survey went out. We got the results of that. There are more surveys planned, so we do want to see what our community thinks about that as well.
Yeah, I think it's really important to, ask the parents. I'm not opposed to giving parents a choice, but I think we want to make sure that parents actually want this before we make, this budgetary decision. And, I'm just curious how much this is going to cost the district to implement a new math program for one school.
Yeah, Member Zimmerman, it will depend on the level of the adoption. With the school starting off pretty small, it won't nearly be as extensive as a full-fledged adoption across the whole district. So if it's exclusive to one school, it's a lot more economical.
I just think it's important for the board to know the budgetary consideration before. I realize this is not an action item, and it feels to me that we've already decided that we're going to a traditional route, but it hasn't come before the board for a vote. And it's a budgetary concern because the board hasn't identified its budget priorities for fiscal year 25-26. And so I'm pretty uncomfortable with this, looking at the two without, one, knowing what the parents think, two, knowing what the budget consideration is. And frankly, three, President Parks gave an interview that said that this will happen, but it didn't come before the board. And frankly, I would encourage, when we do vote on this, any board member who's had a conversation with Mr. Parks outside of a meeting that says that this is going to happen, I would encourage you to abstain, because that's an open meeting law violation, because it has not been voted on by the board to pursue a traditional math program.
Thank you. We'll follow up on those concerns.
Okay, we'll move to 8.2, discussion consideration to approve Executive Director of Information Systems and Technology, Dr. Stephanie Mohorn.
Yes.
Just going to wait a few seconds. People transition. And I know Mr. Mann is here, but I think he might be lost in the crowd in the back a little bit. Perfect.
Him in the hallway there?
President Parks, Vice President Kenyon, members of the board, administration are proud to present a recommendation for the position of Executive Director of Information Systems and Technology. Mr. Lane Mann received his Master in Educational Leadership from Grand Canyon University. He has extensive educational experience as well as administrative experience. He will receive a salary and benefits commensurate with the position. His resume is attached for governing board review. And the planned start date is March 3rd of 2025.
Thank you, appreciate that. Board members have any questions? Okay,
I do.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to call each of us. How many people applied for the job and how many people interviewed?
If I remember correctly, it was either 20 or 22 people applied.
Okay.
Off the top of my head.
And how many interviewed?
Interview we had, I don't know exactly, it's 8 to 10. I'm not sure exactly that we ended up with interviewing.
Like they went through the whole process, 8 to 10 people?
Not through the entire process. We do screen. We have screening interviews. We have a face-to-face interview where they have to do a performance task. So not the entire. We did some that stopped at the screening interview, some that got to the end and then did an interview with us. So total, it was 8 to 10. I can't remember which is 8 or 9 or 10.
Okay, how many participated in the performance task part of the interview?
Whoever was there for the committee. So at the time, it was 2 or 3 people from technology and Mr. Bolton.
No, I'm sorry. How many candidates participated in the performance?
Every candidate, that got to it was 4.
Okay. You know, I want to be real careful here because this is a person and I don't know him. I didn't serve on the interview committee, but as a governing board member, it is my job to ensure that we are hiring the best people. And as I expressed to Dr. Monroe, I am concerned that this candidate doesn't have the technology leadership experience. And, you know, with the with some of the concerns in the district regarding technology, you know, I want to trust that this is the right hire. And, you know, I just want us to, you know, I just want to make it clear that, you know, I will hold the superintendent accountable for this hire because, you know, this is a very high level position. And they didn't meet the minimum requirements, and maybe they'll turn out to be a great hire. And I sure hope that, you know, I'm sure that you can demonstrate that. But as a board member, I just feel like I have to make sure that I, you know, state that, you know, I want to make sure that we're getting the very best and that, you know, and then the other concern I have is that, you know, this person is starting in March. And so what's going to happen with, you know, their current contract?
That is worked out between the 2 superintendents. There are times, because this is a promotion again, that they can be let out of their contract if the superintendent from the district says it's okay. And we have that happening.
Okay. I just, you know, want to make sure we're all held to the same standard.
Absolutely.
Does anybody else have any questions?
No, held to the same standard sounds funny after that vote. But I make a motion to approve Mr. Lane Mann as Executive Director of Information Systems and Technology.
You have a second?
Second.
I'll call for the vote. Vice President Kenyon?
Aye.
Okay.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you. Ms. Schmidt?
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione?
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that passed unanimously. Welcome.
There it is.
Thank you, folks. I'm really honored. Board Superintendent Monroe, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to serving in this district. I'm a parent. I have an 8th grader. I have a kid that's going into kindergarten, and I have a 3rd grader. And so I know the work that needs to be done here. I'm currently the principal at Durango, the detention center, and I oversee our IT department there. I look forward to technologies are human problems, and I look forward to being a servant leader to our students, to our teachers, to our administrators. I'm excited about the role. A little nervous because of the atmosphere in this room. You know, but I'm here. I believe in empathy and trust, and that's how I will lead. And I just appreciate the opportunity, and I look forward to serving and showing you all what I can do.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. All right, move on to item 8.4, discussion consideration of job description for math interventionist. Yeah. 8.3, did I miss that one?
Yeah.
I apologize. Okay, 8.3, discussion consideration to approve Director of Student Services, Dr. Mohorn.
Okay, hello again. We are proud to present the recommendation for Director of Student Services. Ms. Kelly Zivchek received her superintendent's license from Miami University. Ms. Zivchek has extensive educational experience as well as 14 years as principal experience, administrative experience. She will receive salary and benefits commensurate with her position. Her resume is attached for governing board review, and right now, possible start date is March 24th of 2025. Questions?
All righty, thank you, Dr. Mohorn. Do we have any questions for Dr. Mohorn?
I have similar questions. How many people applied and how many people interviewed for the position?
For this one, how many people applied? I think it was 25. We had more applicants for this one, was 25. And including screening interviews and everything, about 12. And then full interviews, 6.
Okay. And who served on the committee? Interview committee?
It was our district behavior interventionist. I think that's our title. District behavior interventionist, our executive director for support services, one of our building principals, and myself.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Ms. Zimmerman. Any other questions? Okay, I'll call for a vote.
Make a motion? Make a motion?
Motion, please, sorry.
I make a motion to approve the Director of Student Services. Sorry, I motion to approve Ms. Kelly Zivchek as the Director of Student Services.
Do I have a second?
Second.
With that, I'll call a vote. Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Ms. Schmidt.
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that pass unanimously. Welcome.
Good evening, Board President Parks and Vice President Mr. Kenyon, and governing board members and community members. I'm very excited and deeply grateful for the opportunity to join the Liberty Elementary School District as the Director of Student Services. I appreciate your confidence in me, and I look forward to contributing to the success of our schools and students. I am excited to work alongside such dedicated professionals, and I am committed to making a positive impact on the community while building relationships and working with all stakeholders. Thank you again for this incredible opportunity, and I look forward to the work ahead.
All right, now we'll move to item 8.4. Discussion consideration of job description for math interventionist, gifted coordinator, and playground lunch aides. Dr. Mohorn.
Just taking a second to bring everything up on my computer. President Parks, Vice President Kenyon, members of the board, before you are 3 different job descriptions: math interventionist, the district gifted coordinator, and the lunch and playground, lunch cafeteria recess paraprofessional. That one is a brand new one. The math interventionist is also new, but it is very similar to our current, what we have for reading interventionists as well. District gifted coordinator is a revised version of what we had in the past.
Board members, do you have any questions? Vice President Kenyon?
No real questions. Reviewed these pretty intensively, and I like what I'm seeing there. The lunch cafeteria pro job. Where did this idea come from? I like it, and I'm just curious where the idea came from.
Well, in an effort to be either cost neutral or savings, each building principal is going to get to choose between their permanent guest teacher or 2 of the lunch and playground aides. And we are giving them the autonomy to be able to choose that for themselves.
Okay, thank you. I know that that's a interesting time in our schools, it's cafeteria time and lunch. So thank you.
Ms. Schmidt?
No question at this moment.
Mr. Cirincione?
No questions.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Before I ask my questions, I would just really urge the board to consider tabling this because these are new positions and we have not discussed the budget and we have not discussed how we're going to pay for these positions and not identified them as our budget interests as the board. And so and since I do not know if the board will agree to table it, I'm going to ask my questions about the jobs, but just know that I really think that this should wait until we do the budget. So the math interventionist, will every campus get one?
We haven't determined that yet. It's going to be based on data. That's what we're really going to look at because, of course, we probably wouldn't be able to find 7 or 8 math interventionists. So we're really going to look at data and look at needs of the buildings to help determine that.
Okay. There was some concern when we discussed this last year about, finding qualified people. So I think that is a concern. And I just would caution, I think it's could be difficult if we do not give one to every campus because my concern, what would happen is that these campuses that have this extra support, they're likely to have their math scores rise quicker than a campus that would not have these supports. And it would be hard for me to see the district, come down on building principals who have not made the same gains because they were not given equal support. And so that's kind of my concern with not everybody getting one. Okay, in terms of the gifted coordinator, I personally do not think we need to have a gifted coordinator for 165 students. That we're paying an administrator to oversee the gifted program that is we already have a gifted lead on every single campus. We're already paying a stipend. And I just do not see the need. 165 students out of 4,500. That is a gross, fiscal irresponsibility, in my opinion, to give that coordinator such a small scope when it costs the district a lot of money. And I think that the Ed Services team can do the overarching looking of the gifted program, but we're already paying a gifted stipend on every single campus. And I'm concerned that we sent an email to parents about this gifted academy, which is an expansion, which is a budgetary cost that hasn't come before the board. All of the budget has to come before this board. And I think we need to have that right to discuss it before we're, approving positions and sending letters to parents that we're going to do this. I'm not going to say how I'd vote. I just think it needs to come before the board, and we need to have a discussion up here amongst us because, again, the only place that discussion is supposed to happen is up here. And so if it's happening not up here, then that's a problem. So I'm not comfortable approving these. Those are my comments.
Can I just say something real quick?
Hold on, I have just a comment. These are just to approve the descriptions.
That's what I was gonna say. It's just job descriptions, whether we have somebody in them, it's just to have the job.
Right, and the board still has to approve the position and the budget for those in the future.
Yes, this is just the job descriptions.
Right.
That is all it is. It's just the actual job descriptions because we haven't had those before.
Okay, I'm still not comfortable with the gifted coordinator position. I'm not comfortable with the job description. I'm not comfortable with the position.
Ms. Zimmerman, when that comes before the board, you can vote accordingly. And we'll vote on whether that's appropriate or not. With that, I'll take a motion.
I make a motion to table this item until we discuss the budgetary priorities of the board.
Have a second?
I'll second.
Start with a vote, Vice President Kenyon.
No.
Ms. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mr. Cirincione?
Explain to, but yes.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Aye.
I am nay, and we'll show that pass 3-2.
Can I explain, Mr. President?
Go right ahead.
I just want to say the reason I said aye on this was I feel like if a board member has an issue, it's something in tabling that's not pressing, we should give them that opportunity to look into it a little more.
All right, we'll move on to 8.5, discussion consideration of the updated board superintendent operating and communications protocol. We had previous discussions, and this is an action item tonight to approve.
Yeah, President Parks, Vice President Kenyon, members of the board, I think I got it. I think I got it right after the last one. There was a few things that were eliminated. There was some clarification on wording. This has come to the board now a couple of times. And so what's italicized is kind of input from the last board meeting. And, administration would recommend approval of that. If there's something I missed, the board can let me know. We can correct that. But I would like to put this to bed unless there's something erroneous or that I completely missed. But Minnie and I have gone through the minutes and we've tried to clarify based on the last discussion. I think President Parks, you weren't at this meeting. You weren't in attendance. You were sick, but I think I captured it all, but I guess I'll find out here in a few minutes. So.
Okay, there's any discussion, Vice President Kenyon?
No, thank you, Dr. Monroe, for making those changes and making this more.
Ms. Schmidt?
No, the changes look to follow what we discussed last time. Thank you.
Mr. Cirincione?
No question. I'd like to thank you too. It was a lot of back and forth. Thanks.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Yeah, I just had a couple things. On the first page, at the second bullet, it says the board president or individual board members do not have authority. Only the board as a whole has authority. We agree that an individual board member will not take unilateral action. And I just, I want to remind us of that. And I'm just concerned about like the board president writing a statement in the newsletter. That's, in my opinion, unilateral action. And those messages should be approved because he hasn't.
Are you on?
I'm on the second bullet from the bottom. Sorry, I said second from the bottom. And so it says the board president will communicate the consensus board majority positions on controversial issues, but I don't believe that's what's being done. So I just want to highlight that. On the second page, second bullet, board meetings are for decision making. I know at the above bullet you did add, that board meeting, discussion at board meetings is encouraged. I really would love to see the word board meetings are for discussion, decision making, and the rest of it. Because again, we should be having discussion and it's not just for decision making. We can't make a decision if we don't discuss. And then the next bullet point about getting the information 3 days prior to a meeting. So on a different page, it says that the superintendent will communicate with us within 24 hours on business days. But, I can respect the superintendent's time, but the weekend before a meeting, I just really feel like we should have the opportunity to ask questions and be able to respond and not have to wait till Monday because people have to work. I have to pick up my kids. I can't always be able to process the answers to the questions. And so if we're going to make that change to business days, then I think we should get the agenda 3 business days before the meeting so that then we have those business days to ask the questions. Those are my comments.
All right. This is an action item. We'll go ahead and call for a vote or a motion. I'm sorry.
I make a motion that we motion to reaffirm and renew the operating and communication protocol for school year 24-25 and school year 25-26.
I second.
Call for the vote. Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Ms. Schmidt.
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman.
Nay, but I'd like to explain my vote.
I'm also an aye. Will show that passed 4-1. Ms. Zimmerman.
I just want to make it clear that I will abide by the ethics and the things that are listed in here. I have no intention of not honoring the requirements of this, of what's required for as me as a board member. But I just want to make sure that there are a couple things that I don't agree with, and so I just can't vote aye as it's written, but, and I stated what those things I have concerns with.
Move on to 8.6, discussion consideration to approve governing board meeting schedule for school year 25-26 and updated governing board meeting schedules for school year 24-25 from Monday or Tuesday evening. Ms. Camerata?
Okay, President Parks, Vice President Kenyon, board members, and Dr. Monroe. In front of you, you have 4 calendar governing board meetings. The first one is for the remainder of this school year. The second calendar is also for the 24-25 school year. However, it's listed as a Tuesday, so moving Monday to Tuesday meeting. The third that is stapled there is a calendar for the 25-26 school year, and that reflects Mondays. The fourth page that you have is also a 25-26 calendar listed as Tuesday meetings. Administration is seeking the approval for either a Monday or a Tuesday calendar. And then Dr. Monroe, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, thank you, Minnie. This is a follow-up from our conversation before. Administration recommended that we go to one board meeting a month, and then we can efficiently be able to meet the needs of our district and work more efficiently, and not have marathon meetings, but accomplish what we need to accomplish, have a conversation and discuss what we need to. I was not anticipating the Tuesday things that came up, but again, we will do whatever the board wants to. Tuesday does avoid athletics, and it would be once a month, and so we had just discussed it. Vice President Kenyon, when you kind of led the meeting, and President Parks, you were out sick, and so we brought it back so the board can discuss amongst themselves your guys' schedules, what your interests are. And then I remember Kenyon or someone, I don't remember, mentioned, hey, can we start this as soon as next month? So Minnie brought you like a Monday option and then a Tuesday option that hopefully you guys have been able to examine, and I'll kind of defer to the board to discuss what's better for your guys' schedules.
Thank you, Dr. Monroe. So we'll open this up for some discussion. Vice President Kenyon.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Monroe and Ms. Camerata for working on this, and everybody else who was involved. I know that this was, a good discussion I would think we had last week, and I think we came to some consensus that Tuesday works best for the board, although board member President Parks wasn't here, so we wanted to make sure he had his voice in this. But I think me and Ms. Zimmerman were pretty much in agreement on this Tuesday really helping both of our situations. But thank you for working on this.
Well, and just one point, some of Mrs. Zimmerman's concerns and the board have mentioned concerns about timely data for staff to be able to get that on a weekend. I think this does alleviate that. I think it does mitigate that, so that gives us Monday to get it to the board with a 24-hour notice. So it's better than, it'll be an improvement from where we are now. So I do think it mitigates that concern if it is a Tuesday night.
Anybody else have any comments?
Yeah, I would really like to see it on Tuesdays. I do think it mitigates some of these concerns. And I think it's nice not to have it on an athletic night so that parents who do want to be involved have the opportunity to do that. Teachers, administrators, I just think it's overall a good thing. I just had a question. There are 7 weeks between December and January's meeting for the following school year. That just seemed like a long time to me to not have a meeting. And so I just, wanted to make sure that we're all, that's, you feel like that's going to be okay, I guess. I just wanted to highlight that note.
Which one are you talking about, Mrs. Zimmerman?
So 25, 26 Tuesday.
Talking about the bottom one?
Yeah, between December and January. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if you look at it, guys, I don't know. Okay, it's like my eyes are not that good. So if you look at December, it's on the 9th. And then if you go up, you'll see that January's is much later, the 27th. And so I just wanted to, just bring that to the attention to the board and to administration.
Minnie, do you remember what what the thought was? Do you remember? I know we wanted to avoid the first week back, but was there something we missed to answer that? Because if there isn't, we could easily move it up. I think it's a good point made. But do you remember something that happened?
But there's 2 weeks of school off too.
Well, there's 2 weeks, yeah. I mean, at the beginning of January. But see, so you have, you got the 2 weeks, and then we come back, scroll the other way, we come back on January the 5th.
It's almost 2.5.
And then, then the 12th. So again, like Mrs. Zimmerman said, there are 6 or 7 weeks. So do you remember, Minnie? Because if not, we can move that to the 20th or the 13th. That way there's not so much time in between.
I'm just worried about staff and hiring and budget and
Absolutely. The 19th is a holiday. I assume that's President's Day?
Martin Luther King.
Martin Luther King Day, excuse me.
Can I make a recommendation? Would we have to have an organizational meeting, and I actually agree with Kelly on making sure that meeting is probably a week before. So can we do that like on the 13th and then do our next meeting on the 20th for January?
Yeah, we can do whatever. I think, Clyde, I'm thinking about the statute. The organizational meeting on the 13th would be fine, right? Yeah, I mean, we can.
Are you saying just an organizational meeting? Yeah. And then have the regular meeting?
Right. That's kind of the way I always envisioned it.
Right.
So if everybody's okay with that.
Yeah, selfishly, I don't want it on Tuesdays, but for the board, it's better.
I didn't know.
Well,
You didn't say that last time.
So, all right. Does anybody else have any comments?
I just wanted to ask, typically there's like a board retreat in the summer, like just, here, not anywhere, but to do the goals and stuff. Could we pick a date for, vacation purposes?
Sure. Yeah. Can we get back to you guys on some dates? Actually, we'll throw some dates out there so it jives with your guys' traveling schedule.
You don't want to do a remote from Hawaii?
Wish I was going to Hawaii.
So Minnie, let's look at the calendar and we'll shoot some dates to the board so you guys can plan and get away with your families. Yeah, thank you. Good, great point.
All right, I guess we can move forward with a motion, and if we want that January dates, go ahead and include that in your motion, please.
Do we have to make a motion, or we need to come back?
Well, we're just making the vacation change, or what do we do?
Well, I think what we can do is let us kind of view what your schedule is, because a lot of times if we do something, it might be at a different time or a different night because it's the summer. So I think let us look at that. But I think we can approve this and add the 13th if someone adds the motion. But then I want to just run by you guys because June gets to be a kind of a funny month.
Mm-hmm.
When would be because that wouldn't be a regular board meeting. It'd be a different session.
And by the way, we need to include both the continuance of this year and next year's calendar.
Yeah, so I would just say if someone makes the motion, I would add on the 13th.
So motion to approve the governing board meeting schedule for school year 25-26 and an updated governing board schedule for the Tuesdays with updating and adding January 13th on the schedule. Is that clear?
Does that get at it, Minnie? Does that get at?
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
All right. Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Ms. Schmidt.
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that passed unanimously. All right, move on to 8.7, possible action to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-43103A3, discussion or consultation for legal advice with attorney or attorneys of the public body, and ARS 38-43103A2, discussion or consideration of records exempt by law from public inspection, student records legal agreement, and ARS 38-43103. A1, discussion or consideration of assignment of a public officer superintendent contract evaluation procedure. I'll take a motion.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3, discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney or attorneys of the public body, and ARS 38-431.03A2, discussion or consideration of records exempt by law from public inspection, student records legal agreement, and ARS 38-431.03 303A1, discussion or consultation or consideration, of assignment of public officer superintendent contract evaluation procedure.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Ms. Schmidt.
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione. Aye. Ms. Zimmerman.
Aye.
I'm also an aye, so that passes unanimously. Also, we're adjourned to executive session. All right, we're coming out of executive session and back into our regular meeting at 9:04. So we're going to move to agenda item 9.1, board comments and agenda topics and items for future consideration. Vice President Kenyon.
Thank you, President Parks. Agenda topics and items for consideration. I know the district has put out some rebuttals on that paper that was handed out in regards to the student sick out and the 4 points that were listed on there. I think that it would behoove the board to have those as agenda topics so we can discuss them. That's probably the only way we as a board can all be in one place and discuss it. So I would be open to seeing those here. Sometimes when things get put on social media, they get missed or whatnot, but at least here we can have that discussion.
Okay. Does anybody else support that? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Schmidt, do you have anything?
Yeah, could we have some more information on the proposed gifted academy? What the plan for that is, how that's all going to work. I know there was some information that went out about potential busing and would parents be interested. I had a couple parents reach out to me asking what some of the wording meant. I didn't have answers, obviously, because we haven't really been briefed on that stuff yet. So I would love some more information and a presentation on the plans for that.
Mr. Cirincione?
Yes. So I have one, might be too much for one item, I'm not sure, but the liquidated damages, I'd like to see it on there for us to actually, I think we've been doing it long enough that we should have some data that we can look at and compare to see if it's actually doing what we want it to do.
Did we want to do that during contract approval, or do we want to do that in a separate?
I kind of want to do it now because I think, because I would like to pause it until we can make this discussion. Like, I don't know if that needs to be a whole agenda item, and so we can look at this data and then decide if that's how we want to go forward or not.
In March, we're planning to bring contract and work agreements forward, and the contracts would have that liquidated damage, so we might be able to do that at the same time for the board to decide.
Okay, I'll at least like to see if we can bring the data.
Yeah.
And show us how it's.
I think we can,
I
yeah, I
haven't
think
in
we
the
can get
future.
after it, yeah, because we're trying to get the board to approve that language, and then maybe you guys can have any data we have on that, whether we even include that, or we change the wording, or we take it out for the contract, so I think we can get that.
Oh, the next meeting is March, isn't it?
Yep.
Just feels like it was so far away. Sorry.
Yeah, but I think we can do both at the same time, I think, and we've talked about it a little bit, but I think we can give you guys some data, and again, we'll do whatever the board wants to on that, whether it's changing the wording, lessening it, removing it entirely. So, but we'll provide you the data that we have.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Zimmerman.
Yeah, I have a couple things. I'd like a policy brought forth that states that the superintendent must get approval from the board for eliminating a position or not filling a position for the next school year as it changes the board's budget priorities. I also want a policy that states that the superintendent bring forward any job description where the duties or qualifications are changed. And I would like the district to look into conducting the climate survey this year with a third party to ensure that it's anonymous, because I've had a number of teachers tell me they don't feel comfortable. And I think if we really want to get to what is going on in the climate and the culture, then they need to feel comfortable sharing their opinions. And then the last thing is, I'd really like to see a special meeting done before the next board meeting to talk about the budget and our priorities. I just think we really need to get ahead of it.
Well, I think then we have quite a few study sessions. We have to get our policies done, and we have to do it. I'd like to do it by the end of the month. So we need to see if we can schedule some time for study sessions to get that wrapped up.
Check with your guys' schedule.
Yeah, we got to get that finished up. We've got a timeline on that, and we've got to get it handled.
So I just want to clarify that we are implementing new policies in the middle of the school year, changing the policies that I think we need to bring an agenda item forward that talks about the date of the adoption of the new policies.
You mean the entire package for the trust policies? Is that what you're referring to?
Or can you give us a timeline so that I know what the timeline looks like, because I haven't been briefed on that?
Yeah, sure.
I think the board had approved a resolution with the timeline too.
Yeah, we are. I think it was January, February for completion. So we're kind of in the throes of it. So we got to get through chapter 4, and we want to do it the right way, and then chapter 5. So we can run some dates by the board in the next couple weeks for a study session to try to finish off, get through policies, and then also have a budget. We could also have a budget priority meeting kind of with the board.
When is our budget scheduled? Our actual budget? Because we had this discussion about changing some of the dates anyway.
Dane was preparing for the March 4th meeting for a discussion. You know what I mean? Not for any type of approvals, but a discussion with the board. But we can definitely have a study session, again, not a regular board meeting, but a work study session a week or two before in the next
Just
couple
for
weeks.
clarity, Ms. Zimmerman, this has been an issue ongoing because the budget was always way after all the contracts and everything. So we had the discussion as a board about bringing that back up to before contracts and everything, because the board needs to know.
Right, but we're going to talk about the budget and vote on the contracts now in the same meeting.
The contract language.
Yeah, it's the contract language. And then the list of renewals of the people that would get a contract. But remember, with the new statute for teachers can't get a contract until March the 15th. So you used to be able to give contracts earlier, but now not until March 15th can you give out the teacher contract.
Right, but we're doing the language, which could or not include a raise, which is a budgetary concern.
And remember with the raise too, a lot of what we decide will probably change depending on the governor's budget or the legislature. You know, the Republicans are talking about a significant raise for teachers. And so a lot of times we'll have we'll issue a contract with the raise we can pay, 2 or 3%, but then depending on what happens with the legislation, we'll then give a contract addendum that will show another increase. So it's pretty likely that happens. That seems to be standard nowadays, actually, because of the timing. So we determine what we can give, but then when they decide, hey, they're going to give us more money, we can double that raise or what have you.
From what I understand, we as a board can adjust raises and salaries at any time. Yes, it's not kind of the contract language, the actual amount. It's based on a tier system.
They like sign a contract, but then when we do an addendum, they go back in to sign off on the approval, which is usually an increase, another increase or something. It's just hard. It's hard to know what that amount is because the legislature's not done with their budgeting session or what have you. So.
But I also think that's unfair to teachers to not know if they're going to get a raise before we ask them to sign their contract, which is then legally binding, which we then charge liquidated damages for.
Well, remember, we can determine the raise that we can pay, but all I'm telling you guys is there's raises outside of us that they fund that then we can increase that raise. So if we say it's a 3% raise, and then in May, we find out that the legislature is going to decide to prioritize teacher pay, then our 3% becomes 7%. And so then we have to issue, it's not a new contract, but we issue like an addendum that they sign off on. So it's never less than, you know what I mean? But it's hard to know what that is, always. It would be great if we knew.
Is the date of our budget approval compared to when the teachers are agreeing to their contract? So I'm understanding what your concern is.
My concern is, well, and specifically the teacher contract, the board hasn't discussed the budget yet. And so, and if we discuss the budget in the same meeting that we're approving the language of teacher contracts, then I just think I think it's just unfair. Would you sign a contract and then not know if you're getting a raise? Like, I don't know. I think the legislature, but if we need to look at our budget to see if we have the money to do it. And it's just the same thing as we plan, like a lot of principals and district admin need to prepare for next year. I agree with that, but that's why I feel like we need to move the budget.
Do we have the resources with Dane to move that budget up?
I think so. I think we can have a work study session before that meeting to get the board what they need to with the budget priority discussion and those kind of things to look at raises. Not anything to vote on, but that way when you go into the March meeting, you guys feel prepared and we can do it down here so it's not as formal and all those kind of things. But yeah, no, I'll have Minnie shoot you guys a few dates, tomorrow to see what your availability is on a Monday or Tuesday. And again, we can be down here on the floor to do it, open to the public.
So it sounds to me like we're going to have at least a couple-hour study session, if not more.
Likely. And then as far as the trust goes, I just need to be able to talk to Mrs. Castellanos to see what her schedule is. So they may be different, but we'll be mindful of all that. But we'll shoot you guys some dates and see what your guys' availability is.
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate, Ms. Zimmerman, that's always been a concern of mine. And it's something that we addressed, and I actually talked to Dr. Monroe about getting that moved up. So, all right. Okay, upcoming board meetings. This has changed.
Yeah, so I believe it'll be March the 4th, Tuesday. And then, as I mentioned, I'll have Minnie shoot you guys an email in the next day or two to kind of get a date in the next week or so, a week or two.
Okay, and then the March 31 would be the 1st of April?
I don't know that one. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Probably turn into April 1st or April 2nd or something.
Okay, all right. All right, well, that solves today's meeting. Does anybody else have anything as far as this meeting schedule? Okay. All right. We'll adjourn the meeting adjourn the governing board meeting for February 3rd at 9:16.
things they sent out? Are there signatures, vouchers? Sorry, I was waiting.
I know, he was over here bugging me earlier.